You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our second series of council meetings for this month. We are, of course, live here at our beautiful council chambers at City Hall at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Before I begin tonight, I would like to just take a moment of silence for our brothers and sisters in the diaspora on the island of Jamaica. The hurricane Melissa has just made landfall, and we just want to take a moment to extend prayers of protection and safety to the people of Jamaica. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and the general public. This is a roll call for the October 28th, 2025 City Council Work Session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. As we begin, let's make sure that everyone can get into Civic Clerk in the work session. If we have anyone has any problems as we do this first part, I'll just ask you to raise your hand, and a member of our amazing IT department will be right along to help you. Please sound the next item.
First item on this afternoon's agenda is city manager items. The introduction of new employees by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
And we will ask, as your names are called, if you could come stand right here in front, look right here at the camera so that everyone watching online can see you as well. Thank you. Only time you'll ever have to do this.
I would go ahead and hold the mayor to that. Don't make eye contact with anybody up here. Just come up when your name is called and then sit down quickly. So some of these positions have been critical to us, and we have been waiting for a long time to fill these positions with some really important team members. So I'd like to introduce Ashley Guger. Ashley is the Revenue Manage and Business License Manager. Come on down. Come on down. Thank you. Carla Lewis is our facilities architect. Yep, we're here. And he's going to be working on that long list of non-CIP projects of $34 million. So we're going to hold him to that. And working with him is Pyra Mondesi. Come on down. Hopefully I said that correctly. And our long-awaited senior compliance manager in procurement, Tyra Little. And last but not least, our buyer in procurement, Dawn Stone. So please join me in welcoming these new team members. They're all critical to our results, and I'm very excited to have them all on board. Thank you all for joining the City of South Fulton.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the first presentation discussion item for this afternoon's meeting. Letter A, current trends in regulatory decision-making, will be presented by our interim city attorney, Sarah D.E. Kelly, and Ms. Chrissy Marlowe with the University of Georgia Carl Vinson Institute of Government.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a little weird being on this side of the dais, I'll say that. So thank you again for allowing us to give this presentation. I wanted to just give a quick, just kind of setting the bounds of what Ms. Marlowe is going to talk to you all about concerning zoning and decision-making by the council. I do want this to be interactive as well as informative, not just for the council, but also the public. As you all know, my professional mantra is educate, inform, enforce. And so this is a bit of that. A lot of the information that you as the council, a lot of what you see in this presentation, you as the council have already received in the form of a memo. But I wanted to make sure that the same information you have is the same information that the constituents have as far as how this process should go. All right. Next slide. Does this clicker actually work? Or do we just say next slide? No. Okay. All right. So I am assuming that everyone here today drove, and as you know, when you are driving to your preferred destination, you have to make some adjustments along the way, right? Whether that's adjusting the wheel slightly to the left, slightly to the right. These are the necessary adjustments you have to make to ensure that you don't just stay in your lane, but you actually get to where you're wanting to go. So these are the adjustments that we are making in the process as a fairly young city to make sure that these zoning decisions that we're making get to the destination that you as a council intend. All right, so this part is going to be a bit of the nuts and bolts, but it's the necessary part. So OCGA 3666-3 is the definition section of the Georgia Zoning Procedures Law, or the ZPL as you all know it. Subsection 1 defines a local government as any county or municipality which exercises zoning power within its territorial boundaries. So that would be you all. It defines a zoning decision as a final legislative action by a local government that results in the adoption or denial of an amendment to a zoning ordinance to rezone property from one zoning classification or another, or the adoption, denial, or granting of an application for special use of a property. Again, nothing new. You all know this information already. All right, so in application, what is a zoning decision? So state law is clear that for any action by the local government to be considered a zoning decision, it has to be final, it has to be an action by you, the local government, and that affirmative action must reflect an adoption, grant, or denial. So why are we talking about this? Why does this matter? OCGA 3666 4 subsection A states that a local government taking action that results in a zoning decision must provide for a hearing on the proposed action. 3666 5.1A describes the process and the right to appeal a zoning decision made, but those only activate after an official zoning decision has been made. Otherwise, there's nothing to appeal. So that'd be like saying, hey, I want to appeal the fact that it's Thursday. It's only Tuesday. We haven't gotten there yet. So the appellate rights of the applicant don't come into play until you all make what's described legally as a zoning decision. 3666 4C states that if a zoning decision of denial is made, then the applicant must wait 6 months before it can be considered again. Again, it's very important that you all come to a zoning decision, or else that 6-month time clock or their appellate rights don't come into play until that decision is made. And finally, the most important reason why it matters is failure to follow the ZPL may render a zoning decision invalid. And that would obviously be a tragedy and a travesty with the amount of work that our staff puts in, the amount of time that you put in hearing these applications, public hearing, things of that nature. For a failure to follow the ZPL, if a court were to render it invalid, we'd have to do it all over again. All right, so let's talk about our favorite rules. Robert's Rules. Our charter states that the business of the council meetings is to be, I don't know who Robert is, well, I know a Robert, but he's not this Robert. Our charter states that the business of the council meeting is to be governed by a combination of applicable law and Robert's Rules of Order. That's section 1-3002, subsection A. So Robert rules are clear that neither the making nor the seconding of a motion places it before the assembly. Only after the chair has stated the question is the motion pending or on the floor. What does that mean? That means that if one of you makes a motion and it fails for a lack of a second, that doesn't necessarily mean it's been put before the council. Once it's been actually put before the council, meaning it's been seconded, the chair, in this case the mayor, places it on the floor by repeating the question. Once those steps are completed, then there are 3 more steps for the motion to be determined as considered by the council. The members get to debate the motion, the chair puts the question or puts the motion to a vote, and the chair announces the result of the vote. That is what it means in a combination of Robert's Rules and our laws for a motion, specifically a zoning motion, to be counted as considered. So if a motion to approve or deny a zoning application fails to receive a second, then it was not before the council for consideration and there was no zoning decision made. In the alternative, if a motion to approve a zoning application fails to receive a majority vote, that does not automatically mean that it's denied. It still takes a majority vote to make any action on a zoning decision. So for example, if I make a motion to approve an addition of $1 million to your bank account, right? And it fails to receive a majority of the votes, that does not automatically mean $1 million is taken from your bank account. Thank God, right? In order to take $1 million from your bank account, that would require a separate motion with the majority of the vote. Is that clear? So a failure for one action doesn't necessarily automatically mean that the opposite action is approved. So let's discuss public hearings. So OCGA 3666-4 speaks to public hearings and notices. According to state law, only one public hearing is required. Here at the City of South Fulton, we technically have 2. What's the first one, Mr. McClendon? The Planning Commission. So the planning, shame on you, Mr. McClendon. So the Planning Commission is technically the first public hearing that we have. The second public hearing that we have is when it comes before the council. By state law, we are only required to have 1. Here in the City of South Fulton, we have gone over and beyond that standard and have had 2 public hearings. The timing of the hearing is controlled by the advertising of the hearing, not necessarily when the application is filed, and it's not determined by when the council makes a decision. So it's not determined by if we have a council meeting coming up, say on October 28th. It's actually determined by when our wonderful business-friendly CDRA department advertises the public meeting. So the law states that the advertising of the one required hearing must take place at least 15, but not more than 45 days prior to the hearing date. So why is all of this important? As you all know, and as elected officials, one of the pillars of governance is transparency and finality, especially when it comes to zoning decisions. The voters want to know what the process is, how you came to that decision, and whatever decision that you've come to, that it's a final decision. They want to know that when they leave this room, they know exactly what it means and what to look for in the future. By doing it this way, which is laying in the process that I've laid out to you today, that making sure whatever decision that the council comes to, you've made an affirmative decision by the majority of the council, it promotes the transparency. We're having an open conversation before the public. It's also a general education of the process for the public. They know what to expect each and every time. It also removes any inadvertent doubt regarding the council's decision. No one is leaving this room confused about what comes next or whether or not an application was denied or approved. And it ensures that the final decision is not arbitrary. By having the public hearing as well as the council decision here in this room, there's no question about what factors were taken into consideration. We're making sure that we're following the ZPL, again, to make sure that we are not running afoul of the ZPL process. And finally, as mentioned at the very beginning, we're a fairly young city. So these are some of the minor adjustments that we're making. I know that we had some what I've called zoning anomalies occur at some of our previous meetings. And so this presentation and this work session is just to provide an opportunity to educate, inform, enforce, and to allow you all to ask any questions, and to also allow the residents to know that we are working towards making our process more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you come, I do think we have some questions relevant to what you just stated, and perhaps Ms. Marlowe will provide further elucidation. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, so you stated that by law, we're only required to have one public hearing.
Correct.
And by law, we're also required to have a planning commission.
Yes, but we use our planning commission as one public hearing, and then we also use this as a second public hearing.
Damn, there's one public hearing, and then our zoning hearing, our zoning public hearing as the second. What is an example of just one public hearing?
So just one public hearing would be if it comes just before the council, if it didn't go before the planning committee. There are some municipalities that don't use the zoning committee as a public hearing, and it just comes directly before the council as a vote.
So for those cities, if that's the case, the planning, what role do they play? Would they receive the information provided by the staff, review that information, and then make a recommendation for the council?
Correct. And so just like any committee, the committee itself doesn't take any action. They give a recommendation. So they would review the application in the same way that the staff would review the application and make a recommendation.
So we don't actually have to have that public hearing in front of the planning commission?
Technically, we don't, but I believe the reason why we do it is to promote that transparency and allow the public to ask any questions before they get to the final decision-making here before you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just first piggybacking off of Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett's questions, and Director McClendon, if the city manager would so allow you to answer. I do believe that there are zoning items that come before us now that do not come before the Planning Commission. For example, I think maybe plats, or there are a couple of things that don't necessarily come before the Planning Commission before they come to us. Is that correct?
Yeah, so those are modifications, and according to the state law, those don't need to go through that process, that they are treated a bit differently. And again, 3666 spells out pretty specifically which ones do require a public hearing, and modifications isn't one of them.
Great. So I just wanted to point that out because there are times where that happens even in our city. My follow-up question, though, is really about what you just presented. We're well aware there are times where I have entertained a motion to approve or deny a zoning case. I think we have one on our council meeting tonight, in which we got neither 4 votes to approve or 4 votes to deny. When that happens, I just want to be clear, must we make a decision? If it feels like we're at an impasse, can we like table it and come back later, or are we required, like we got to keep doing the vote until we get to 4 votes?
So it depends. I'm going to give you the lawyer answer. Ultimately, you do have to make a decision. Now, is deferring it or table it a part of that? Yes. But I would caution about pushing it out too far, because then that could open us up to some other things I'm not going to say in an open microphone. But ultimately, if the application is before you, you do eventually have to come to a decision.
We should make every endeavor to, in the vote, to come to 4 votes about something.
Correct.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
City Attorney, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned about the 2 hearings.
Yes, sir.
Then we come to the voting meeting.
Not
Then we
quite.
come to the voting meeting on these zoning items. The third thing that council has to do, correct?
So-
At least the second thing council has to do.
So there's the zoning hearing, then there's a public hearing before the council, and then usually at the 7 o'clock, you all are voting on it.
Okay. Can you explain this whole issue of, because there's a lot of confusion over this, why we cannot have the public comment on those zoning cases that have already had those 2 hearings, which you just said, we're only required to have 1, but we have 2, right?
Yes.
Can you explain, I believe you advised this body before, why we cannot or we should not allow public comment on those zoning cases when it's time to vote?
Sure. So by nature of the public zoning hearings being advertised, it's putting out and giving notice to people that if you want to discuss this particular application, you should report at this date and this particular time. Also, our public comment is limited to only 30 minutes. So given the fact that we have publicly advertised 2 opportunities for citizens to come and make their comments known, that should be reserved for the public hearing. The third reason is because by nature of having them come to a public hearing and give a comment again, it gives them almost a third bite at the apple, where the ZPL is very clear that we should do our best or make our best efforts to give equal time to both sides, whether they're for or against the application. If we allow them to speak at public comment, we may be in a situation where we're scrambling to find somebody in opposition to give 2 minutes of opposition, where someone may come up and give 2 minutes for. So in an effort to comply with the ZPL, which again, any violation by this council inadvertently or on purpose could invalidate any decision that you make, we should make every endeavor to make sure we limit those comments to the publicly advertised hearing. It'd be the equivalent if you had a trial and then got an opportunity to speak to the judge at a cigar bar. That wouldn't quite be appropriate. You want to leave the trial and the presentation of evidence to the trial.
So I want to be clear, not in lawyer speak, but in plain English. If we allow public comment to take place on zoning cases that have been through the public commission public hearing, the council public hearing, and at the time when council should only be voting on these items, if we allow public comment on these items without the applicant or applicants being present to give the same amount of time and privilege, that could result in the negating of whatever decision we do make.
It could,
Is
yes.
that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the next speaker in the queue, which is Councilman Willis.
So I'm confused. Why are we going through this again?
So part of the reason is just for educational purposes for the public. And also, 2 of the zoning anomalies that occurred previously in this year is up for your consideration this evening. And so I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page, receiving all the same information on why it's important for those items to come back, what's the importance of you all making a final decision, and what the consequences of not doing that are.
The other thing is that when nobody's here, and that's where a lot of the confusion is happening, is the public. And I do appreciate this information, but I think the forum probably would have been best in a town hall meeting where residents can hear this, because that's where a lot of the confusion is coming from. The other thing is, I've been on this council for 8 years, and one of the consistent things that I hear from residents is that we are pro-developer. We're not allowing enough time to transpire when it comes to development encroaching upon us. We're not allowing enough time for residents to collaborate and have meaningful feedback. So one of the reasons why I am against us not having only one hearing, but having the 2 public hearings, because it does allow public participation. Plus, we also have the community input meetings. We have the community, the pre-application meeting. And so I just think that we need to do a better job with laying out each step of the process, the application process to residents, having some type of quick
Like a flow chart?
Yes,
Okay.
to residents, so that residents can see that we are doing everything in our power as a government to make sure that they have opportunity to have input and collaborate with developers. Also, most of us, when we see where there's additional work that needs to be done or there's additional collaboration, we ask developers to have additional meetings. But for me, I like for the work to be done up front. And so if I find out that a developer wants to do something in my district and they haven't filed an application, I can't make them, but I ask, look, before you file that application, let's get a pulse of the community. Let's go to the community first, because once that application is filed, then the time clock stops.
Right.
And so that's why you very seldom hear from my area people coming in this city hall or showing up angry. And if I do see they're angry, I'm asking for that time to be spent in the community to work it out. Sometimes it does, sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. And so I have no issue with the way that our zoning process. I think we need to do a better job with explaining how it works and explaining to residents how to properly engage. And I also think we need to do a better job with informing developers when they come into the city to file applications, to try to have these meetings where the development happens. And, try to get them to connect with the council person who has a better pulse of the community, and that can help them have meaningful engagement. So when they do have these community input meetings, they won't have 1 or 2 people show up. They can have 50 to 100 people show up. Those are areas of improvement that I see. And also informing residents of when they have these community input meetings, because I'm still hearing residents say that they're not getting the notices from developers, and we put that onus on the developers to send to residents. So I just think that we have the most undeveloped land in the city of South Fulton. We have a lot of development encroaching upon us, and we just need to do a better job with educating our residents, encouraging developers to work with the community, and coming to a happy median or compromise. So there's a win-win for us and people who live here and who are invested here and who want to retire here. Because after all, most developers who come into the city, they don't live here. We have to live here.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, I think we have another presentation from
We
Ms.
do.
Marlowe. Those of you on council and watching may remember that she led a very powerful series of in-sessions at the beginning of our year of planning with the University of Georgia, Carl Vinson Institute of Government. Ms. Marlowe.
Good afternoon. It's good to see y'all. Thank you for having me. I have a couple of slides. I think they just simply or mostly repeat what Ms. Kelly had, but then I have some comments outside of that. So we talked about local government. A zoning decision is any one of these 6 items as defined by the zoning procedures law, and all of those require your decision on those, can't be delegated to any person or body. And I did want to, bring up that there are recent examples of zoning decision vetoes in the state. And so they happen. I don't hear much about them, but they do happen, and I think that that's good to know. So but I wanted to address, because y'all are a young city, and I wanted to just address some considerations and potential implications to think about. And I certainly want to clarify that I'm not here to comment on any specific case, veto, or decision. This is more about process and the implications, not any kind of judgment about decisions made. That's not my role. I do think that the goal is to think through how decisions interact with procedure, roles, and public confidence, and to consider how a veto fits into the city's planning framework and processes for making decisions. The legal foundation is pretty clear. The zoning procedures law and your zoning ordinance define when and how public hearings and zoning decisions occur, while the city charter defines the mayor's veto authority. So that's all there, and I think a pretty solid foundation. It's the space between the two where the veto interacts with that zoning process. I think that's where some governance considerations can emerge. And I think this is primarily important because public trust tends to follow consistent process, even when people disagree with the outcome. And as we know, zoning decisions often carry more emotional and political weight than other decisions because of the history of zoning and its effect on, property rights and property values. And people read meaning into process, and so I think procedural clarity and consistency matter so much. From a defensibility standpoint, once a zoning decision has gone through public hearings and council deliberation, that record becomes your foundation for any appeal. And a veto at that point can raise questions about how it fits in with that well-defined zoning decision process, which can potentially invalidate decisions or at least risk challenges to it. A veto can demonstrate healthy checks and balances, or it can deepen division and public uncertainty. It's the way it's framed and communicated that matters. So it's not so much about whether to use a veto, but how to use it cleanly and defensibly. The rationale should be clearly stated and tied to adopted policy, your comprehensive plan, the zoning standards in your ordinance, other plans and policies that y'all have set in order to protect both the city and the integrity of the process. And so while alignment with your comprehensive plan is always important, alignment I think also means more than consistency with that plan. It's also about aligning with the purpose and goals of the city's decision-making framework. when people don't understand how a veto fits into the process, it can look arbitrary even if it's legally valid. And so every action should reinforce confidence in the process itself, because confidence in the process builds public confidence and trust in government. So I think it's really about how the city wants that process to work. And I think that's worth deep conversation and consideration. And in order to keep things transparent and consistent, even when the decisions get tough. So that's the extent of my comments, but if you have questions, I'm certainly happy to answer.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for your presentation. Good to see you again. Are vetoes legal or not, as it relates to zoning? I hear everything that you said, and everything that you said, I totally agree with you. But the problem is, should we be vetoing zoning cases? I mean, zoning cases are in a class by itself. It's not like normal legislation. Yeah. There's all kinds of criteria that is around them. And I guess I've never seen vetoes happen in other cities in zoning cases. Yeah. But it happens quite often here in the city of South Fulton. And so I know for me and several of my colleagues, we want to know, should zoning cases be vetoed?
So as I said earlier, they do happen in the state, and I assume that's when the charters give that authority to the presiding officer. Whether they're legal, I'm not an attorney. I don't believe that I can speak to that, and I don't think I feel that I can speak as to whether or not y'all should do them. I think the important thing is how to handle and communicate that process if they're gonna happen, and think about what happens if that becomes one of the standard options in that zoning decision process and what that means. Because it's the unpredictability of process that creates confusion, and that disrupts the public's confidence and therefore their trust. But I don't think I can really speak directly to the legal aspect or what you should do, because that is also your decision.
So thank you. So Attorney Kelly, I guess this will be more of a question for you. In our charter is silent as it relates to specifically vetoes, as it relates to zoning cases. I haven't seen the language in the charter. And so my question to you, should this body come up with some type of policy as it relates to vetoing zoning cases? Because it does create, here's the thing, when a zoning case is vetoed, that means that we have to take up that zoning case at the next regular council meeting.
Right.
And there is deliberation on it again, and who's to say the applicant is present or the community is present? That's where I get a little confused at, because you're advising that we should not really, it should be equability when it comes to, it should be equitable when it comes to opposition and when it comes to
those that are in favor.
Yeah, those that are in favor. So I guess my ask is, should we do some type of policy regarding that? Because I haven't seen anything in the charter.
So let me take those in kind. So are they legal? They are. The reason why the charter doesn't specifically give the power to veto in zoning cases is because the veto power is overarching above when it comes to any action taken by the council, including zoning matters, because they come as motions before the council. When it comes to it being fair on either side for those that are for or against, even if it were to come back at the next regularly scheduled meeting and there's deliberation between you all, that's completely different than a public hearing. So the public hearing part or the public comment part is really where we're concerned about giving equal amounts of time to both sides. Whether the council gets another opportunity to deliberate or not is not a part of that consideration. Now, whether or not you all want to do a policy around that, that would totally be up to you all as duly elected officials. I don't have an opinion on that, but to answer your overarching question, they are legal.
So I guess my next question should be, have you ever seen a municipality do a policy around the vetoes? Meaning that if supermajority of the council voted in affirmative for something, could we put a policy in place to say that no veto should be allowed?
So I would caution that only because there's another law on the books, and it's a state law that says that no one part of an elected body should affect the powers of another part of the elected body. Now, are there caveats around that? Yes, I think we just saw that most recently in our neighboring municipality in College Park. So I would those are kind of like the bumper or the guardrails that I would give to that answer.
Okay, so I'm not an attorney, but I would ask that you bring us some recommendations around how we handle vetoes for zoning cases.
Sure.
Specifically, what was just mentioned is that it should be tied to some type of policy regarding our comprehensive development plan or zoning law. You know, I would like to see like specific reasons vetoes should be allowed around zoning cases, because we have a lot coming before us, and we do end up in court a lot of time around zoning. And so I would like to have some kind of recommendation or sponsor some type of criteria for vetoes to be allowed around zoning.
And I think that's fair. I think one thing that can be contemplated, I mean, our charter does say that if the mayor does veto something, he has to give a reason. I think it would be fair to say if there's a veto of a zoning, it needs to be tied to these reasons, these reasonable reasons given in the ZPL. Yeah, I think that's fair.
I would like those reasons to be around our comprehensive development plan and zoning laws. And tied to those, something that may be against or violation or whatever, you know, we have time, but I would like to have some type of recommendation.
Okay,
Therefore, that should help you in court. That should help you if we have to litigate, to have some type of reason something was vetoed because it was in violation of our comprehensive development plan or our zoning code, something, you know, so people won't have a reason to say it was arbitrarily done.
Understood.
Thank you. Attorney Kelly, you mentioned OCGA 36-34-2, which says that, which prohibits elected officials from altering the duties or responsibilities specifically given to another elected official by the city charter. Our charter has already been amended to decrease the number of days for which I can consider a veto. There have also been other charter amendments that have happened since I have sat in this seat, and I would ask you, as you're opining about all of these issues, if you could take a look at all of those charter amendments to see if any or all of them have violated OCGA 34-36-2. My next question is for Ms. Marlowe, and it is really more around like a best practices around policy and procedures, because one of the things that you have stated is that our zoning decisions are the most legally unassailable or the most legally defensible when they are consistent. And we have a zoning calendar tonight that is abnormal. We have one zoning case. You can see from our voting calendar in the 7 p.m. meeting that is usually not the case. I would venture to say that we entertain at least around 2 variances per meeting. That's like 4 variances a month. And maybe once a month, we are entertaining a change to either the zoning ordinance or the future land use map or the comp plan. That amount of changes feels unnormal to me. I am concerned that, so like right now, we are in the midst of our future land use map. Like, we have all of our citizens say, like, go put in your address, look at your future land use for your neighborhood, like, give us your comments. And we've done this for strategic plans and comp plans and just other things. And we have the turnout that we have. I'm wondering, though, if we have established this practice that any developer or realtor can come to a meeting at any time and get the zoning ordinance changed, or get a variance, or get the future land use map changed. How much confidence does that give people? We're asking them to participate in this process once every 5 years, which I thought ostensibly meant that once we've set these things, we don't really touch them that often until the next 5 years. But if we're doing it at every council meeting, then why would anybody participate in this process? Because they know that at any time they can change again.
In terms of best practice, and ease of decision-making, it would, your comp plan, we've set the zoning to implement the comp plan, we're good. But the reality is that I think every local government in Georgia is, especially in Metro Atlanta, and you're growing, is seeing, applications for variances and rezonings and special uses at every meeting. And that is consistent and has been for as long as I've been doing this work. I think the consistency piece comes in as making sure that you are using the standards in your ordinance, and that you are always referring to the comp plan, and when you're making a decision against the comp plan, you're particular about it, and you articulate why it matters in this case that you do that. Otherwise, there are certainly rezonings that can happen that are still consistent with the comprehensive plan, depending on what all that looks like in what area. And so I haven't ever thought about the juxtaposition of making rezoning decisions, et cetera, and people not showing up at comprehensive plan meetings. There'd be an interesting research piece to know if that has an impact. I think it's more about process and how consistently the process works, no matter what the actual decision is that the process is working and clearly communicated.
Thank you for that. It is helpful to hear, because again, for me and I think everyone up here, all the elected officials up here, this is the first government that we have served in, as an elected official. So I don't have a survey of all of our 537 cities, but I do hear often from residents, our residents, particularly those on the southern end of the city, but throughout the city, they love to compare us to, for example, Peachtree City. And they set their laws, and they don't entertain any kind of, if it's not on the books, they're not doing it. And I didn't know if either of those extremes were really the norm.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think either of those extremes is the norm.
Okay, awesome. All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So I do agree, I don't like being compared to other cities. That's why I don't like being called the Twin City of Atlanta. Attorney Kelly, I just forwarded you a legal analysis that this body, in 2020, some people were on the council, some people were not. The mayor was on the council, so he probably forgot. But this body hired a third-party attorney by the name of Attorney Jeffrey Strickland. And he did analysis on charter changes that was done by the General Assembly and some by us. And so that analysis was already done. Specifically, I'm asking you to bring recommendations back concerning vetoes around zoning, to make sure that when vetoes are done, it's in alignment with our comprehensive development plan and our zoning laws. So we can be more defensible in court shall that happens. Thank you.
Understood. And I think one other point, I think that's really important to the point you made earlier about education. I think putting out there and letting developers know that this is an option, that you can come, the council could vote, and it could be vetoed for a non-arbitrary reason, to kind of set their expectations that you can come to a council meeting, they can come to a decision, and you may have to come back at the next meeting. I think that may be important as well.
And thank you for saying that, because specifically in the last council meeting, there were several people lobbying to have a certain development vetoed. And I think that was, even though the body had supermajority approved that and it went through the process, there was still politics coming into play. And so I don't think politics should come into play when it comes to developers or when it comes from residents. If we have a clear defined process, then I think that will help. Because I was threatened about a development that is on the agenda today. And I plan to address it when the time is, when the time comes. But when it comes to politics, it should not come into play as it relates to our quality of life in zoning cases. Thank you.
So I do have to say this, just in my capacity as a city attorney, if you were threatened, you should file a police report.
I do know the law, I live with the law. So when I do feel that a police report needs to be filed, I will govern myself accordingly. But thank you for your legal advice.
You're welcome.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you. A couple things I think we need to clear up. I've been here all 8 years since the founding of the city, and the charter never changed the time for the mayor to veto, so I just wanted to clarify that. In addition, one of the things that I've been thinking about as we go through this whole process of updating our future land use and our comprehensive plan, I'm also don't want developers to think they can do what they are doing now with just requesting a change, because we went through all of this to get citizen input about what they wanted around them. So I don't know if it's something where we identify some special, either we don't entertain it or we have criteria for when we consider some kind of change, some kind of nuance. I think that's really important, because I say in the last year in particular, we've seen a lot of it. And over the 8 years, that really wasn't the case. But over the last year, it's like developers think they can come petition and kind of disregard what's on the map. And I think that's problematic. So I would like some kind of criteria after we adopt this, and everybody, we've gone through this update, that it has to be specific things where we'd even consider it. And that's just something that I think we have to look at, because like every meeting, and I think we have to also acknowledge the economy is changing. The mayor talked about how rare it is to have one or two things on the agenda. The truth of the matter is things are slowing down. And so we can't act like we don't know about it. They've been talking about it all in the media and in the state of the economy. So while we want to have a strong customer service focus dealing with developers, they also have to be clear that, you know, they need to follow the comp plan and the future land use map. So if you have any thoughts about
Sure.
what kind of criteria we look at, I definitely want us to look at that.
So I would caution doing just a complete, we're not going to do it anymore, especially since the state law allows them to apply. I think there's some criteria that we can put to putting it around certain seasons that, you know, this time of the year is when we will entertain it. But ultimately, you guys are the guardians of the comp plan. It's up to you all to vote it up or down, to listen to your constituents when they give the input during the time when we're doing the comp plan to say, I think this is a great idea. However, my constituents don't want this for these non-arbitrary, legally defensible reasons, and vote it up or down in that way. So ultimately, it is up to you all.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here's the reality of what we as a large, young city of South Fulton, what we're dealing with. I believe we share boundaries with 3 counties, and I'm up for correction. Clayton, Fayette, and Douglas County. Do we
And
have
Cobb.
more? And Cobb, 4, sorry. All right. We also share boundaries with 7 cities, right? Atlanta, College Park, East Point, Union City, Fairburn, Palmetto, Chart Hills. Am I missing any?
There's one in Cobb we're missing,
There's one in Cobb we're missing. Okay.
Mableton.
Plus the Cobb City, Mableton.
Right.
All right, good.
and also Riverdale.
Part of the issue that we are having is we may do our comprehensive plan based on what we want to do within our city, right? And then I'm going to frame it around a question. So if we pass the comprehensive plan saying across the street from Cobb, we're gonna zone it so we have a mixed-use development. And then Cobb decided they're gonna put a warehouse across the street. And we come back and we say, we know we say this in the comprehensive plan, but now it is really not a fit, right? So we're gonna figure out what is the new thing we're gonna use that thing across the street. So this question is both for you and Ms. Marlowe. As long as we're consistent in terms of the overall comprehensive plan and vision that we have, even though we change that specific area, not to be what we approved it to be before, because what's happening across the border, is that something that's legally defensible?
As long as the reason is not arbitrary, and again, you know, there's legally defensible, and then there's also room for education and really just pitching it to the citizens. I don't think that the majority of the people that live in the city of South Fulton are unreasonable. I think if you explain to them this thing that we planned on doing here before, we need to make a shift based on what the powers that be in a completely different jurisdiction over which we have zero control based on what they did. I think if we take the time to educate and inform them, for the most part, our citizens are knowledgeable, receptive, and reasonable. But as long as the reasons for changing or approving or denying a zoning application are not legally arbitrary, then they are defensible.
Good. I know we have a well-known case with a data center, for example, that I believe crosses over 2 cities, where the folks wanted to do a data center, and we were kind of made almost to be a partner, following what was happening before. And so I think that's where we went, or that's where we're going. And also, we need to remember about these jagged borders that we have as well. So sometimes our intention might be right in that this is what we're going to do again, but you have a piece of land that either protrude into ours or we protrude into some other city. And then the uses across the border, which we don't control, happen, and then we have to come back and say, well, we wanted to do this, but now we may be forced to do something different. Is that unreasonable and is that legally defensible?
It depends. So from a million-foot view, it is reasonable and defensible to borrow a term that you use often. We have to be good neighbors, and that involves fostering relationships across jurisdictional lines. The other part of it, too, is going back to my example of driving a car. Nobody gets in their car, cranks it up, and never touches their wheel. There are small adjustments you have to make along the way to get to the destination where you want to get to. And the truth of the matter is, we're the 7th largest city in the entire state and growing. So there are going to be some adjustments that we are going to have to make along the way, as long as they're not arbitrary and legally defensible.
See, the reason why I'm bringing this up is that a lot of times people say, well, we have the zoning laws and we have the comprehensive plan, and then this council still do what they want and ignore the citizens' voices, right? That's where the education and this conversation is very important, because people need to realize that sometimes, as you're saying, and what was said before, have a process, be consistent in following it, but it is really legal to make adjustments along the way, as is reasonable and necessary, right? That's really the point I want to make through all this. Final question. We have zoning categories. Say, for example, a commercial zoning. And a property might be approved. Someone comes, put in an application. I want to zone this commercially because I want to do a dress shop, right? This council approved this based on the information presented before us. That person decides, you know what, I don't want to do a dress shop anymore. I want to do a flower shop. Is there something that this council can do with regards to stopping that person to do a dress shop over a flower shop?
So that's a very scenario-specific decision that I would need more facts in order to advise on that. That would definitely be on a case-by-case basis. But that's really where the council should, kneel into and lean into recommendations from staff, because they're going to have things like the procedural history of this particular plat to remind you all of, hey, this person was just here a year ago and said that they were going to do this, and then they came back the year before that and promised some other things. So that's where the procedural history and the staff report is really going to come into play. But I would need more facts in order to make a determination on that or a recommendation.
So I know it was very specific. The point here is, if you have more than one use that can fit within a zoning category, and that person has had their zoning completed and decide to change uses that fits within the same category, is there something this city can do, whether it's through council or through CDR and whatever not, to prevent that person from changing the use of their property within an approved zoning category?
Technically, no. If it's within the approved category, then it's a permissible use. But again, there may be some, and I'm being vague with my answer for a reason because I don't want to give away my legal strategy. But there may be some things that we can look into that could prevent them from doing so. But again, it would have to be non-arbitrary and would have to be consistent with law, because what we don't want to do is enter into economic protectionism, which would be unconstitutional for all the reasons that we all know.
Thank you, because that last part I was actually going to mention. Because you still have to allow business people to have the freedom to make changes as the climate and the economy change. So you know what? Dresses might not be popular now, but flowers are. And if I have the right to do a flower shop within the same zoning category, right, and I decide as a business person I'm going to sell flowers rather than dresses, I should be allowed to do that without having to go through a whole lot of different stuff.
In theory, yes.
As long as it's not a case where all of a sudden, to sell the flowers, you're now growing the flowers in the shop, which then becomes a totally different use, not just selling the flowers, but actually the production of the flowers.
In theory, yes.
All right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao. This is your second time.
I'd just like to be factually accurate. We did change that in 2022, so I went back and looked.
Thank Thank you for acknowledging that. I did bring it up just because cutting that time in half, especially when we're talking about making sure that we're doing things that are legally defensible or that comport with state law or zoning law, cutting that time in half also cuts the time in half that I have to get counsel from UGA, our city attorney, our planning and zoning department. So it's just important to have that time. Thank you. All right, I think that is it. The chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk, thank you all for your expertise and advice and counsel. Please sound the next item.
The next item is item B, Comprehensive Plan Update Timeline, will be presented by Reginald McClendon, Director, Department of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. I will be brief. We engaged with the Sizemore Group. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. Or do I need that? All right, we engaged with the Sizemore Group probably a little bit over a year ago now to be our consultant on our comprehensive plan update for 2025. We have been working with them throughout that time period to produce our comprehensive plan update. That was presented to you at your last council meeting on the 14th, which was within the timeline that we had set forward with the Sizemore Group. The feedback that we received at that meeting was that council wanted some additional community engagement. And so we went back to Sizemore and we asked them to come to us with some community engagement proposals. And they have done so. And what you have here before you on this slide is the proposal that we believe comports to what you have asked. And that is at least an additional 3 meetings. Those meetings would include the presentation of recommendations and any question and answer type of engagement with the community. That would include, of course, Sizemore Group coalescing those comments, including those in the comments that have already been received over the past year, and generating any changes that council would like to see based on those comments. The projected schedule is for those meetings is between November 10th and November 21st. The reason for that schedule is that we're still hoping that we can get a vote in this calendar year to send our draft comprehensive plan update to the Atlanta Regional Commission and to the Department of Community Affairs at your final council meeting on December the 9th. And so hopefully these meetings will be completed in time to make any changes based on the comments that were received from the additional public engagement. These dates do still remain flexible, and the cost for this additional community engagement is proposed at $25,000. Any additional community meetings would be $2,500 each, and any additional public hearings would be $3,000 each. I would like to point out that initial $25,000 price tag does include additional work on top of just those community meetings. There would also be, they have to plan for those meetings. They have to, again, bring those comments together and make sure that all of that is packaged together for you when we bring this back before you, hopefully in December. I'll close out by pointing out that as directed, we have kept our website open, kept the public engagement piece on the website open, so people are still visiting the site. They are still giving their comments electronically, and we have engaged with our public affairs department to ensure that messaging is going out. There are pop-ups on our website, as well as other messaging to the community to ensure that people know that they can still go in and comment on the comprehensive plan. So I'll take my seat, but I believe what we're looking for from council is at least some word that we're moving in the right direction, and then we will, of course, pull the paperwork together with Sizemore. It might take us bringing that piece back to you for your official approval, but we will be planning with your word on moving forward in the next few weeks with this additional public engagement.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon, for your presentation. Councilman Willis?
Does this budget have text and mail built in it? If not, we need to add some more money, because trying to reach out to people just via social media is not effective. So we need to make sure we are getting, when we have these meetings, that we are robocalling them, texting them, and mailing them some type of postcard. So is that built in this budget?
It is not.
City manager, can we build some money in this budget? Because it's not fair that the council members have to take money out of their budget to text, robocall, and email residents. I mean, if it's my town hall meeting that I'm hosting, I don't mind doing it. But if this is supposed to be a city initiative for the comprehensive development, we have asked numerous times that we take a comprehensive approach in contacting our residents. And it just appears that it falls on deaf ears. This is one of the most important documents that we have to approve in the city. It defines what we want our city, how we want our city to look and to be developed futuristic wise for 5 years.
I understand. So the only thing that gave me a little bit of pause was the postcard. I'm not certain, given the time frame, how effective that would be. But we certainly can work with you on, because you already have the established list to make sure that we cover the cost of the robocalls. I also have asked staff to consider whether or not we want to do some of the actual public engagement meetings ourselves and then give the data to the consultant for them to update the plan to see if that could moderate our cost. But we certainly can work with you on that. And if it's the will of the council for us to send out postcards, we can do that too. I just am not sure, given the time frame, how much you're going to get for that.
If staff can't communicate with us on when we're having these meetings, a postcard is probably the most effective way.
Okay.
So I mean, but we should be doing postcards, emails, robos. If they can communicate with us when we're having these meetings, it's easy just to get the city to do a postcard, and then we mail it out.
All right. Well,
I mean, we have vendors in our system. We do it all the time.
Okay. So,
It's just that meetings are had and no one communicates with us. Like I saw a meeting about a roundabout in my district the other day on Thaxton Road in my district, and nobody told me about the meeting.
so on these, we will work very closely with you on scheduling the meetings. And I've also told Public Works, and I've asked GDOT when these meetings are scheduled on road projects to coordinate with the council person.
But this wasn't GDOT.
I understand.
Yeah, this
I'm
was
just saying,
in my district on Thaxton Road about a roundabout project, and I found out about it through a social media post of residents, my residents that I govern, and that I knew nothing about this meeting.
I've asked staff to ensure that they coordinate, and I've asked GDOT to also ensure that they coordinate with the district council person going forward. You're not the only one who's experienced that. And so I've made that an edict for the staff. And then. So we will work with you on these, on the dates that work for you, and however you want us to communicate to the residents, we'll be sure to do that.
Councilman Willis, do you yield? I appreciate that. Councilman Sebastian?
Mr. McClendon, can you give us some sense of since we have started pushing out for the, saying what we have left the process open as to the volume of contacts we have had or activity, are there any numbers to suggest people are re-engaging with this process, and how much?
There are. I would have to consult my email because I didn't commit that to memory, but we have had additional engagement based on that process.
It just generally, it's been an uptick?
It has.
Okay. Yeah, while you don't have the numbers, I appreciate that answer. I'm also concerned that we are not being aggressive enough to engage with our citizens. And Councilmember Willis is right. We have talked about this a few times before. I get all kind of texts and emails and cards from all kind of folks, right? And I'm not sure why we're not doing it. Attorney Kelly, is there some legal thing why we can't invite our public to these meetings via text or?
Which meetings are you referring to?
Like these public engagement meetings, whether it's for the comprehensive plan or for any other town halls or even these meetings.
When you say we, you mean the city?
Yes, the city.
So, yes, we want to be very careful about putting the onus of the responsibility on the city. As far as if the city fails to affirmatively do something, it could create liability as opposed to putting the onus on the developer. Now, if it's a comprehensive plan or something that the city is doing, then, there's not a third party involved.
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about developers meeting. Talking about like we're doing our comprehensive plan review, and we're talking about additional public engagement stuff coming from the city to invite citizens to participate. Are there any legal roadblocks to that? I agree with you with the whole thing with the developer. Yeah, we don't want to get into that.
There's a way to do it that I think we can talk about offline.
Okay.
Thank you. I understand that Councilwoman Bell is next.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a question relating to the number of comments or input that we've received on the website since the extension. Do you know the numbers of that, Mr. McClendon?
I do not know the numbers of that.
Okay, have you seen an influx? Because I think all of my colleagues and I have put it in our newsletters, and we're doing the promotion and encouraging residents to go online, view it, and provide a comment. But I think as of earlier this week, there were only 8 comments. So I just wanted to know, have you seen an increase?
We have seen an increase. Again, I don't have the exact number. I think that what we had been seeing previously has probably doubled or tripled. So we've certainly seen an appreciable increase in the amount of public engagement that we've gotten.
Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
Yes, I was actually before Councilwoman Bell. For your plan that you have, how long is that plan? Have you created a timeline? Because I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, the meetings currently are being proposed to be between November the 10th and November the 21st.
So it's only technically, we're going to do it before the end of the year. So you're giving us from, I guess, maybe now until December 31st in order to have these meetings and to effectively notify our constituents. That's what I'm looking for, is what is the timeline? Is it 6 months, 3 months?
The timeline for the public engagement or the timeline where we need to have our?
For the public engagement, for the additional time that we're asking Sizemore to go out and do communication for these input meetings.
What's under this current proposal is that the engagement will end on December the 9th when we represent the plan to council and ask for you to vote for us to send it to the ARC and DCA. But that does remain flexible. Our comprehensive plan update is not due until next year. I believe in June. So those dates are flexible. At council's direction, we can certainly increase that amount of time for when we want to have that public engagement.
So I think to effectively come up with a communications plan and to actively, I know that we're trying to meet a deadline, but if there's a way that we can extend it so we can do it properly and notify, we're going to be spending additional dollars on communication efforts as well as extending, time for another couple of public hearings. I think if we effectively do it, we need to extend it to a timeline so we'll know when to stop. I mean, that's just my recommendation. I think that would make more sense instead of us trying to rush till December the 9th and still not get what we need for this plan. So thank you all for at least extending for those additional meetings. I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
I see in the queue, Councilman Willis, this is your second time.
So I'm gonna put it in my father is 76 years old. He doesn't have an email. His email is my email. He's not on social media. He don't even know what a Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, none of that stuff is. He has a cell phone, but most of the time it's used for him playing games or answering a few calls. So if you're trying to if you're trying to engage with him to tell him about a meeting, he's not going to know anything. He's not going to know anything, but I tell you what he does get a lot of is mail. He does get robocalls. And so there's a huge disconnect, and we keep telling y'all. And I don't understand why it's not comprehending that most of our demographic is middle-aged to older. So the reason we get so much distrust from people in our community, and the reason people are saying they don't get stuff and they don't know about things and we're not engaging with them because we're not doing what it takes to engage them. And so if we have other cities who are going through this process who are mailing their residents, robocalling their residents, texting their residents, I just don't understand why we can't get it right in South Fulton. I don't think that is enough time. Because we have to allow time to engage our residents with the most important document in our city that dictates what our future is going to be, how we want our city to look, what we want built in our city. So if you need help, most of us have our data. Just build some time in to work with us so we can make sure we're engaging our constituents. Because it's getting ridiculous. And all through this campaign, the number one thing that I keep hearing from residents is the lack of trust that they have in this government. It's the lack of transparency they have in this government. It's the lack of collaboration they have in this government. And the only way we're going to change that is if we do what it takes to engage our residents. If we do all of that, then I can sleep well at night saying we've done everything that we can. But not everybody is doing that consistently. If this is a city initiative, this is not a zoning initiative. So I don't even know why we even entertaining whether this is legal or not. No, it's not illegal to email, robocall, text, and mail our residents about a comprehensive plan, about our comprehensive development plan. So I don't even know why that was even a question. We've constantly asked you all to help us engage with our residents, and that's what we need to do. And if we need more time to do it, then darn it, we need more time to do it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me. I just want to throw this out here. When we first started doing this engagement, I know that I sent out a mailer in District 7. I put a QR code for people to scan to be able to take the survey We've sent out stuff on social media. We have sent things out of our newsletter, or at least I'm speaking for myself right now. So I do want to say on the opposite end, some citizens choose to not engage. I mean, and everyone has different experiences, but I did use those meetings that you spoke about, Councilwoman Willis, and unfortunately, for me, no matter what you do, what you say, how much you do it, you can kill it, beat it to death. And if people just are not interested, and not even that, we've had meetings and even town hall meetings that we talked about it specifically, even in all our districts. But I'm all for more opportunities to engage people. I'm recommending to the city manager that we can use Every Door Direct, which will get there the very next day. And we've done mailers in this city using Every Door Direct where everyone really received everything that was mailed out. So that's just my 10 cents. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. I've been asked to be put in the queue, and when the IT people can come back, for some reason I cannot get in the queue myself, though I can see everyone else. So a couple of things. First, I actually do agree wholeheartedly with you, Councilman Willis. I'm going to make another, I'm just going to make another plea here for us to have a paper newsletter for our city. I think if we did something quarterly, 4 times a year, this is the kind of thing, if we're really planning this out, that we can put these sorts of advertisements in. And when people get, folks like, Councilwoman Willis's father or my father or my aunt, who only turns her phone on when she wants to make a call, that they would be able to see these things, not just this particular item, but all sorts of things. It will require us to plan it will require us to plan our events out better. But if we were doing that quarterly, then that's one way we could do that. Just to update you, Councilwoman Bell, it looks like there are now 42 comments up from the 8 on the future land use map. That's still less than 0.1% of our population, assuming these are all unique. I don't see on this outline, but I have called for another hearing at our actual council meeting. So our November council meeting is November the 12th. So November the 12th at 6 p.m., we will do another public hearing. So that is something that we could begin advertising, Madam City Manager, just across all our social media now, or whatever media outlets we can let people know that hearing is coming up. And then we'll still have another 30 days before the 9th when we vote. And last but not least, I do want to remind people we are having focus groups in the mayor's office. If you want to sign up, our next one is actually tomorrow. You can text the word FLUM, F-L-U-M, to 33777. Thank you all so much for this rich discussion. And with that, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Let's just take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 5:29 p.m.
Okay, as we are 30 minutes behind and have only one case, I'm going to go ahead and call to order our 5 o'clock special called hearing for zoning and alcohol license permits. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
It's the roll call for the October 28th alcohol license zoning public hearings. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
First item is under alcohol license rezoning variance modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. Case Z25-001 and U25-002. This is a public hearing application by Randy Pimsler requesting a rezoning from MIX to C2 with a special use permit to allow for a self-storage, multi-facility and retail on the site at 0 Riverside Drive. This property is in the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay District in Council District 1. This case was deferred on May 27th, July 22nd, August 26th, and September 17th. The staff and planning commission recommend approval conditional.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the representative for the developer present? Oh, they are. Do we have any other speakers in support or opposition for this item?
Yes, I have 5 comment cards in support and 1 in opposition. And you did receive emails. I'll check those. You did receive emails from me earlier regarding citizens in opposition.
All right, here's how this goes. I do see some new faces. You're going to have 10 minutes to present your argument in favor. You may want to reserve some of the balance of that time for the 5 people speaking in support, as well as rebuttal. Your rebuttal will be included in that after you hear from those in opposition. I will ask every speaker to begin with their name and address. Your time starts now.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Brady McDonald. I'm the developer for this project at the corner of Riverside Drive and Fulton Industrial Boulevard. We just handed out a packet. You can see there's 3 individual parcels within the development. The development is just over 9 acres. And so 3 individually owned and developed and operated properties. This is not under unified control. And so the intention here is to have a self-storage facility, a restaurant pad, and a retail pad. We have done extensive work. This has been deferred many times, as you may know, to get this right. We've met with Sandtown multiple times, although we do recognize this is not in Sandtown. We've met with the closest residents and business operators in the area, all of which, most of which support. In the package, you'll see 32 names of who support this full development, including the self-storage. We've done an immense amount of research, with regards to the different uses and the actual feasibility for particularly the storage component. The closest storage, because this is the one aspect that we seem to be getting a little bit of pushback on, is the closest storage is over 4.4 miles away. A self-storage market itself is actually within 3 miles. So people do not like to drive further than that. Now, we have actually spoke to some of the residents at the Riverside apartments that actually use the storage at the highway that's 4.4 miles away, and they don't feel safe going there. So this is definitely a desired use here. It is strategically parked, on against the industrial boulevard. Obviously, it's a good transition from residential to the industrial uses that are along this highway. And, often we get lots of questions with regards to who uses storage. I'm not going to go into all of it, but it is in your packet there. We've done a lot of research and due diligence. And the one thing I'd just like you to note is the renderings on page 2 of the packet is this is a Class A self-storage facility. This is not, the dark, dungy, garage doors types of things. This is something that looks more like an apartment building than a storage facility. So one of our biggest challenges with this was one of the conditions that the staff had on there. We worked very closely with staff to come up with a condition that was amended a few days ago that is suitable for us. The language on the initially proposed is on the cover letter. That does not allow us to get financing, and not just the storage component, but either the retail or the restaurant pad. Nobody will get financing, so this is making this site undevelopable. The amended language that we've worked very closely with staff does allow us to do that. So that's all. I'll pause there for now, and I'll pass it to Jeff.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Haymore. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Dillard Sellers. Our firm address is 1776 Peachtree Street in Atlanta. The comprehensive plan, and you spoke to that in your earlier meeting, does support this rezoning. It's consistent with your land use designation. As you know, your professional planning staff, as well as your planning commission, have so found, and each recommends that you approve this rezoning. Now, they both recommend that you adopt 3 conditions, and we concur with conditions 1 and 2. Regarding condition number 2, we have in writing from GDOT that access to Fulton Industrial Boulevard district will not be a problem. As you've heard, the original condition 3 language does prevent us from developing this property. Now, last November, I stood in front of this council on behalf of a different development in District 3 that had previously been approved but did require a change in condition in order to finance that project. That was Donald Washington's project, the Courtney on Yates Road, and you kindly worked with us to modify that language, and I appreciate your working with us in that case. And we're here to ask that you do the same thing with us here, that we find a reasonable compromise. We've passed out that language. As my client said, what you have before you in your staff report is that revised language that does work for us. It achieves the intent of concurrency without being so rigid that the lenders will not lend. Now, while conditional zoning in Georgia is lawful, the Supreme Court has put some guardrails on that. And what it says is it must be adopted to ameliorate adverse effects of that rezoning on surrounding property owners. Here, there are no surrounding property owners that have voiced any concern. Quite the opposite. They are here in support of this rezoning, and you'll hear from them hopefully in just a little bit. Just to conclude, also wanted to point out that in your code, at section 804.04, it lists 16 types of zoning conditions that this body may impose on rezoning or special use permit approvals. None of those expressly include requiring this type of concurrency. We meet all 6 of the SUP performance standards that are in your code for self-storage use. Here, there was no evidence, again, as I said before the Planning Commission, that condition number 3, as it came out, is imposed to ameliorate any adverse effect on adjacent owners. And so therefore, we ask that you, again, work with us. We believe that the language we have proposed here is in keeping with being suitable for all involved, and with that, we'll reserve the balance of time for rebuttal after those in support speak. And I think there are a few here that are signed up.
So we do have Ashley Underwood, Matthew Dre, Keandra King. I think Brady McDonald spoke previously. If any of those 3 people are present, there's 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. Don't see anybody coming up.
All right, are there speakers in opposition?
We did receive 8 emails, which was sent to you previously. We did have Ms. Alma Hill, who indicated she wanted to provide in-person comment. I don't know if she's present.
She is present. Please come forward, Ms. Hill. Don't forget to state your name and address. Great to see you again. This was one of our super residents here.
Hello, so I'm Alma Hill. I reside in District 1 at 592 Birchberry Terrace, Southwest, in the Promenade Oaks subdivision. In April, we said loud and clear at the Sandtown Community Association meeting that we did not need any more storage facilities in District 1. We have already at least a half dozen storage facilities, the Cascade Road, Welcome All Road, Desert Drive, and that's just in District 1. There's almost 100 in the city of South Fulton. And I don't know how they expect people to use all this storage. If you drive around, you see that people are not using storage facilities. They're using their garages. They do not want to pay for storage to basically put junk in. That's why so many people have their cars in the driveway, because they are simply not using storage facilities. And they don't enhance the quality of life in our community. They limit access to other quality amenities. They create very few employment opportunities, and they limit or hamper good economic development. I've already said how many we have, but these are big beige boxes that take up land, space that we could be using for quality restaurants, arts and cultural attractions, bookstores, food halls, other amenities that would enhance our quality of life. Brady McDonald, who is CEO of Barefoot Land, states on their website that the company is squarely focused on 4 pillars: family, fitness, relationships, and business. If something doesn't add value to one of those areas, the statement says, it simply does not happen. Well, people in District 1 and the city of South Fulton are also focused on those pillars: family, fitness, relationships, and business. And the proposed storage facility on Riverside Drive doesn't add value to any of those priorities, and therefore it should not happen. I strongly urge you to vote no. Thank you.
I'm Jill Johnson, and I live in District 1 as well. I just want to say I mixed my numbers up, and I know I can't speak on it, but I agree with my neighbor here.
All right, developers, you have 4 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock for rebuttal.
Yeah, I do recall, I think it was Linda that spoke, that we do find there's a lot of people that don't speak up in the community, especially when they're in favor of things. And I would think, we've done this type of development across the nation and speak to many council members, and oftentimes you do get the naysayers come out and not as many voters or supporters. I would just lean back into the packet that we provided. We did seek comments and direction from the community extensively. And like I said before, there's 32 names in there that will be impacted by this because they are the neighbors of this. And so I think that those numbers kind of offset some of those comments anyway. I'm a user. 10% of all houses in the United States use storage. That's a fact. And so you can assume that 10% of your residents utilize it, and it creates for a much cleaner garage for that instance, and a cleaner, home environment, and get to maintain some of those belongings that you just don't want in your garage, right? And if we're going to talk about community safety, I mean, would you prefer their garages being empty and the things in storage so they could actually put their cars in the garage? That would be actually better for the community. So, again, we're not into developing storage in places that won't make money. So if we didn't think that there was a use, we would not be putting it here. We feel that this is a great use. It's very quiet. It's very safe. It's well lit. And we're very confident, and we're excited to bring it to South Fulton. This parcel in itself has been for sale for over 10 years, and there's a reason for that. It's, it could be the location, it could be the size of the parcel. What we're intending to do and create 3 individual parcels will make it much more marketable and developable from all the other different types of uses that, some of the people say that they want, right? And so I'll leave it at that, and then I'll pass it back to Jeff.
I'll just make 4 brief points. One, we're consistent with the comprehensive plan. You ask us to propose development that is consistent with that plan, and we do that, and we're doing that here. 2, you have recommendations from your professionals, both your staff as well as your planning commission, that recommends that this property be zoned as applied for. 3, the rezoning proposes that retail and restaurant that the area residents are saying they would like to see. And fourthly, I just want to point out, and this is in the map, our property is on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. It is not within this the Sandtown Overlay District. It is outside of that. And so with that, we ask for your strong consideration to approve, to follow the recommendations of your staff and your planning commission, to approve the rezoning and to work with us on that zoning condition. We're amenable to doing that over the coming days prior to the final vote. And we're here if you have any questions.
All right. With that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to council for questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you. I guess my questions really center around, I know this came to Sandtown a couple different times, and although it falls out of that, it is also the most engaged group who've been following zoning in the district for 40 years, long before we became a city. And if I recall the feedback from, I think y'all came at least twice, they were, we went through a couple iterations. One had housing, that changed. They got to the commercial, and I think the last I recall, their concern was more with the special use permit portion, which is the storage. I know a lot of the feedback I've heard since that time dealt with the fact that the residents were very much looking forward to the commercial development that was proposed in this plan. And so I guess that's some of my concern, because I have heard pretty extensively from the community since this time. Had you looked at any other scenarios? I know you said you've had some communication with staff, but I distinctly remember that feedback from residents.
Yes, so we did. We changed this plans multiple times after we went to Sandtown. Sandtown wanted us to put bowling alleys in. They wanted entertainment, uses. Again, storage, for some unknown reason, likely because they personally won't use it. But, we're not into developing bowling alleys and entertainment, unfortunately. I don't know any developers that do that and make money, and that's a key component to developing land is, being able to create enough revenue to actually offset the costs. So what we did, though, was we amended the plan multiple times to originally was residential, and then we actually had some draft discussions on having a live-work scenario there, and Sandtown was just against it. They just kept on going back. Nope, we don't like this. We don't like this. So we eventually had to land on something, and so what we did was the storage was larger, and went right from the corner of Riverside Drive all the way down Fulton Industrial. We made it shorter. We stuck it at the end of the parcel, so it's not the highest and best use area of the land. So we stuck that in the corner, and then we created the two new parcels with the uses that we did here and that we thought were feasible in this area. So that's how we ended up landing with what we had.
And just one follow-up question. So it's proposed, the self-storage is still 120,000 square feet, with the retail, a total of 20,000 square feet, and a restaurant 7,500. So about 27.5 for the other commercial, and 120,000 for the self-storage?
Yeah, and I don't think that's how these developments are compared. That's not how you compare apples to apples. But restaurants, as an example, could create $1.2 million in revenue in a 7,500 square foot pad, and it takes 120,000 square feet of storage to do the same. So, yeah.
I'm just trying to respond to, my questions are related to kind of what I heard
Yep.
residents were interested in. So I just wanted to make sure these numbers as proposed are still stand.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
I see a mic cue, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will this only be dry storage if it's approved, or will you have cold storage?
No, it'll all be just personal belongings for residential and commercial uses, and commercial meaning like businesses.
Okay.
Yeah, just self-storage, so things that you would show up in the back of your vehicle or a moving van.
And I saw a line in here that says that it can be a facility that used in times of disaster to store things. What's the proposed power backup for the facility look like?
Generally, we don't put backup generators on it. A lot of storage across the nation is actually non-climate control. And so, if the power does go out, it's not that the belongings are gonna be destroyed or create mold. It's the climate control portion is much more of a perceived benefit. To be honest, all of my storage that we have two units where we live, and neither of them are in climate control facilities, just because I understand that my belongings have always been fine, including in a really cold climate up in Canada. So, yeah, if the power goes out, there'd be no concern from the belongings within the facility.
So from a use perspective, if the power goes out, would the facility be closed or still accessible? Because I know one that is close to me, it has an electronic key entrance. I'm assuming there's a backup manual system?
Yeah, that's a really great question. The gate would not work. And so in those scenarios, yeah, you know what, that's a really good question. If that's a concern, then looking at an alternative or a way at least to get the gate up and the doors to be usable would be something that we could definitely look at.
And also from a safety perspective,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
If users are accessing this large facility,
yeah,
where there are no backup lights.
yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, and that would be a solution that architects and engineers could solve, without a doubt.
Well, I'll suggest that is something you guys should look into.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for your feedback.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just have a really quick question because I was handed a map that says Sandtown overlay, but I'm looking at verbiage that says is the Fulton Industrial Business Overlay. So I don't think I'm clear on why I was handed a Sandtown map.
I apologize and thank you for that question. I was making the point that this property does not fall within what is the Sandtown Overlay District, meaning corresponding with that neighborhood. It is close to, but it is outside. And to your point, it is within the Fulton Industrial Overlay.
Right, so we are in fact talking about a storage facility going into an area that is predominantly industrial.
This is correct.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rao. I'm sorry. Is that right? For your second time?
Yeah, but just to clarify, that is, but I think the point being that the current zoning on this is mixed use. So some areas along Fulton Industrial have either just commercial, again, because this abuts to a residential area. So, just to clarify.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Real quick, I just want to make some clarification. The storage units on a Welcome Road and Desert Drive, those are not City of South Fulton storages. Those are storage units in the municipality of East Point, City of East Point. So those, I just want to make sure, because it was a comment that we had over half a dozen storages in Walkmall Road and Desert Drive was mentioned, and those are East Point municipality, not City of South Fulton. And I know it's confusing because our borders are right there at each other, but those are not our storage units. Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'm gonna close us out with I just want to say this thing. Just in response to some of the conversation that I've heard in this hearing, particularly around the difficulty of developers to make certain things profitable here. Our city is 100 square miles, nearly 100 square miles. We don't have a single movie theater. In fact, I think south of I-20, there are only 2 movie theaters in all of South Fulton County. We don't have a bowling alley. We don't have an Andretti's or a Dave & Buster's or a Third Spot or any of these sort of entertainment complexes. And I am challenged by this refrain that I've heard from so many developers. Even though our median income is $84,000 a year, people seem to struggle to find a way to make things profitable in South Fulton. Yet the minute we open a Publix, a Target, a Chipotle, a Chick-fil-A, anything, it becomes the top grossing site in the Southeast. So I don't get that. Maybe we just need to build more things ourselves, since people are not figuring out how to do them profitably. But that comment, which I've heard in meetings before, just concerns me a bit. With that, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is executive session if necessary.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we go into executive session for real estate, personnel, cybersecurity, and litigation.
All right, let's just take this vote by show of hands.
That motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 5:57.
All right, thank you. We will see you back here at 7 p.m. sharp for our regular council meeting.
gentlemen, will you please make sure that your phones are on silent, please? Please make sure your phones are on silent.
You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
All right, good evening. Welcome to our regular meeting, our fourth Tuesday regular meeting. We are live here in our beautiful City Council chambers here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard. I did this at the 4 p.m. meeting, and I am going to take this point of privilege again right now. Let me first go ahead and adjourn the executive session. The chair will entertain a motion for that.
I move to adjourn the executive session.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We reconvene at 7:05.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn the 5 p.m. special call hearing.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the 5 p.m. meeting.
Second.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 7:05.
All right, now I'm going to go ahead and call to order our regular city council meeting at 7 p.m. Before calling the roll, I am going to ask for a moment of silence. Many of you are aware that Hurricane Marlene is lashing the shores of Jamaica right now. It is a Category 5 hurricane, so we just want to pray for our brothers and sisters in Jamaica and all of the climate-impacted islands of the Caribbean and the Gulf Coast who are experiencing once-in-a-century hurricanes nearly every decade now, as they are on the forefront lines of climate change. So again, let's just take a moment of silence for our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is a roll call for the October 28th, 7 p.m. regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item on the agenda is Roman numeral 3, the invocation, which will be presented by City Chaplain Joyce Starmster.
Good afternoon. Let us look to the Lord in prayer. Eternal God, most gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you as humble as we know to say thank you, Lord, for this day. Thank you for your tender mercies. Thank you for your loving kindness. Thank you, Lord, for all that you have done, all that you're going to do. Father, forgive us for anything we said, done, or even thought that was not pleasing to you. Father, help us to stand on your word and on your promise. So much is going on in the world today, but God, you are in control. There's absolutely nothing too hard for you. Help us to stand on your word. Help us to stand on your promise. You have never failed, and you won't do it now. You brought us this far, and I'm sure that you'll bring us the rest of the way. So help our minds and our hearts to be at ease, because you are all-powerful, and there's absolutely nothing too hard for you. We'll give you glory, we'll give you honor, and we'll give you praise in Jesus' name. Amen, and thank God.
Amen.
Let us look to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to Roman numeral 5, which is proclamation presentations. We have 3 proclamation presentations this evening. The first is a proclamation presentation recognizing the Langston Hughes High School track team in honor of their state championship, sponsored by Councilmember Sebastian and the full council.
All right, good evening, everyone. So as was announced, this is a proclamation presented and sponsored by our mayor and full council. And I think kids of Langston Hughes mostly are in District 4, District 3, and District 2. I'm not sure if they're in 5, so I'm going to ask the sisters to come close and help me to read this one for our young men and women. By the way, they are 3 times state champions. So somehow this slipped past us in the first couple of years, but we got them this year, so we're here. So I'm going to be starting out, and then I'm going to ask Councilmember Gums and Councilmember Willis to join me in reading this proclamation, and Mayor, if you're close by too. Whereas the Langston Hughes High School boys track and field team has distinguished itself by winning the 2025 GHSA 5A State Championship, marking an extraordinary milestone in athletic excellence. The championship represents the team's 3rd consecutive state title, a feat achieved only 13 times in Georgia history. Demonstrating their sustained dominance and dedication to excellence.
And whereas the team has consistently ranked among the most elite programs in both the state of Georgia and the nation, bringing pride and recognition to their school, families, and our community. And whereas during their championship run, the team also claimed 2 Fulton County championships and 2 region championships, further cementing their legacy as one of the most successful programs in recent memory. Their achievements have brought positive attention and recognition to the South Fulton area, serving as an inspiration to young athletes and a source of pride for the community at large. And
whereas in 2025, the team broke 9 school records and 2 state records, including becoming the first team in Georgia history to run a sub-40 second relay, finishing with historic time of 39.96 seconds. Langston Hughes High School is also home to the national 100-meter record holder, Maurice Gleaton, who clocked an incredible time of 9.9 seconds
further elevating the national profile of the program, and
whereas head coach Roland Colvin, alongside his dedicated coaching and support staff, has cultivated a culture grounded in respect, hard work, discipline, and excellence, declaring the team is more than a program, it's a family. We trust the process and we believe in what we've built. And whereas the 2025 championship team consists of the following outstanding student athletes: Carson Baker, Markel Cropper, Keon Edwards, Thomas Fitzgerald, Maurice Gleaton, Esco Grant, Martavius Griffin, Bryson Harris, Anthony Howard, Alonzo Jackson, Kamaji Jenkins Bryant, Robert Johnson, Brandon King, Cannon Kersley, Christian Langford, Giovanni McGee, Mr. Sellers, Krishawn Sellers, thank you, I don't know why I got these names, Audrey Simpson, Keon Spencer, and coaches and staff.
Now, therefore, I, J.C. Sebastian, oh, you didn't name the staff. Okay, coaches and staff, Roland Colvin, head track and field coach, program director, Lakeisha Jamieson, girls head coach, business coordinator, Kevin Foster, assistant head coach, head trainer, Alan Williams, assistant coach, and conditioning, strength and conditioning, Korean Lewis Ward, assistant coach, recruiting coordinator, and everybody then, Griff Stuckey, assistant coach, Willie Cannon, athletic director, Lance Webster, assistant, Latrice Webster, assistant athletic director, Deborah Vincent, head athletic trainer, Lamar Glenn, Fulton County Schools athletic director, and all else who helped. Now, therefore, I, J.C. Sebastian, council member for District 4, along with the mayor and council, do hereby recognize and commend the Langston Hughes High School boys track and field team as the official 2025 GHSA 5A track and field state champions, and celebrate their historic accomplishments, their dedication to excellence, and the immense pride they bring to our community and the entire city. Thus, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 28, 2025, as Langston Hughes High School Boys Track and Field State Championship Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton. All right, speech. Coach. Oh, coach is hiding back in, man. Come on.
First of all, I'd like to thank City of South Fulton for recognizing the accomplishments of the feats that we have had. It's been a long time coming, but I'm glad we got here. And trust me, we're not done. Trust me, we're a long way from being done. So we'll probably be back here next year. But the goal is to keep this ball rolling and to make sure that everybody, the city of South Fulton, that we do everybody proud in what it is that we're doing. Like I said, we get a chance to go out of state and represent, and we try to represent at the best of our ability, not only for the faculty and students and staff at Langston Hughes High School, but also for the city of South Fulton. So again, thank you for the recognition. We greatly appreciate it.
They're all shy. They just do track.
Hi, y'all. I'm Roland Colvin, and I just want to say thank you again to the city of South Fulton for everything, for their support, from just contacting us, reaching out, and everything that they've done for not only us, but for Langston Hughes. We appreciate y'all, and like Coach Foster said, we'll see y'all soon.
All right. Good deal.
All right, everyone, we're going to pose for a photo. We're going to start right here. You good? All right. We can squeeze in a little bit. A little bit tighter. There we go. And then, council, come up a little bit. Okay, perfect. Everybody's looking right here. Squeeze in just a little bit more. We're almost there. There we go. 1, 2, 3. And one more time. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
The next proclamation for this evening will be a proclamation recognizing William K. Blvd, Jr.
Look for y'all.
Read half of this. You don't need but half of the proclamation read.
Yes, sir, we have.
You got 29.
Look. This is a big deal, though. Thank you. So, it's fitting that we recognize attorney William K. Blvd. He was recently the recipient of the R.E. Thomas Jr. Civil Rights Award, and that's a big deal. So we wanted to celebrate that with you. Whereas attorney R.E. Thomas Jr. was a trailblazing civil rights attorney whose career was defined by courage, conviction, and unwavering advocacy for equality and justice. In 1953, Attorney Thomas served as co-counsel in a landmark federal case that successfully struck down the segregation of Atlanta public parks and golf courses, setting a powerful precedent that expanded access, opportunity, and fairness for generations to come. And whereas the Gate City Bar Association, founded in 1948 as the oldest African-American bar association in the state of Georgia, continues to honor the legacy of pioneers like Attorney Thomas by recognizing contemporary leaders who embody his spirit and commitment to justice. The R.E. Thomas Jr. Civil Rights Award is presented annually at the Gate City Bar Association Hall of Fame Gala to an individual whose professional work and civic contributions reflect an enduring dedication to civil rights, equality, and social justice. And whereas Attorney Blvd served with distinction in the Georgia House of Representatives, where he championed policies advancing justice, equity, and opportunity. And during his tenure, he served in key leadership roles, including House Minority Whip and Chair of the House Democratic Caucus, earning the respect of colleagues across party lines for his principled leadership and advocacy on behalf of the people of Georgia. And whereas the founder of the law firm of Blvd & Associates, LLC, Attorney Blvd has built a practice dedicated to exceptional legal representation and client-focused advocacy, defending the constitutional right of individuals in courtrooms across the state of Georgia in areas including criminal defense, DUI defense, personal injury, premises, liability, creditor-debtor issues, and wills and estates. And whereas Attorney William K. Blvd Jr. earned his Juris Doctorate from the Mercy University Walter F. George School of Law, where he distinguished himself as an active leader and competitor through the Black Law Students Association, the William Daniel National Crime Mock Trial Team, the ATLA National Civil Mock Trial Team, and the Phi Alpha Delta Law Fraternity. And whereas Attorney Blvd is also a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, further exemplifying his lifelong commitment to service, leadership, and community uplift. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby recognize and commend Attorney William K. Blvd Jr. for being selected as the 2025 recipient of the R.E. Thomas Jr. Civil Rights Award, and extend gratitude for his distinguished leadership, civic engagement, and steadfast pursuit of equality and justice for all. And do hereby proclaim October 28th as William K. Blvd Jr. Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton.
John Bay now. John Bay. Okay. I don't know if you... Yeah, just a couple words. Just a couple words. First of all, I want to just thank all of you all, you know, and thank you, Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Wiles, for having me here. And it's just an honor when you get this type of award from the city that you grew up in. I was actually raised right here in South Fulton before it was a city. Went to Banneker High School, came out in '95. Got my driver's license right at the South Annex. So to have so many dear friends here, Kimberly King, I see Jane Williams, and Reverend Amber Lowe, it's just an honor. But to stand by my dear friend, who's also a trailblazer, a labor leader in this state, Yvonne Brooks, who's the first woman and the first African-American to lead the Georgia AFL-CIO, which is the state fed. So I think everyone here stands with labor, and I stand with labor. But I want to say this. We as a city, I've served in the South Fulton delegation. I've served as a House District 62 state representative, and I got the honor of working with Helen and also with Gums, because my district overlapped 2 and 3. And so we did a lot of work together, but I also worked with the entire city council and mayor. Because being a member of the delegation, you were a part of the South Fulton delegation. That was something I was very proud of, and I'm still proud of this day. So thank you all for all that you do for the city. Keep working together and working strong, and let's keep pushing through, because the fight is not in here, it's outside. And I'm winning this Civil Rights Award because of the work that we have all done. But it's a lot more work for us to be doing. And we have to get it done, especially in these days and times when on Saturday, some of our friends, neighbors, are going to lose SNAP benefits. EBT cards are going to be cut off. TSA workers are not going to get paid again. And our service men and women won't get paid. So we all have to stand united together as a bloc, as a group, to fight against injustice. So thank you all. Mayor and council, I truly appreciate this honor. And I would like to say thank you to my mother, because I know she's watching. She still lives in the city of South Fulton, right in Point Ridge. So thank you all for having me tonight. Thank you, Mama Bodie.
I just want to second everything this says. When you meet someone, especially a politician, but they stand for what they say, then that is a genuine person. He knows I'll go to war with him anywhere. If I got to go to war, it's going to be with Bodie. And he's just stand-up guy, and it couldn't be a better honor. It's all about you today.
That's right.
She still got your proclamation. Everybody's looking right here. 8 smiles. 1, 2, 3. And one more time. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Next proclamation is a proclamation recognizing Ronald J. Freeman, Sr.
So, we're doing great. Excited to be celebrating a South Fulton resident who deserves a lot of recognition, and this proclamation really speaks to his track record.
Whereas the mayor and city council of the city of South Fulton recognize individuals who exemplify professional excellence, integrity, and service to the community. And whereas Ronald J. Freeman Sr. is a distinguished lawyer, magistrate, judge, and community leader whose career has spanned decades of outstanding contributions to the legal profession and public service. And whereas Mr. Freeman graduated with honors from Morehouse College in 1982 with a Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science and earned his Juris Doctorate from Georgia State University College of Law in 1985 as a Regents Opportunity Scholar. And whereas in 1994, he co-founded Johnson & Freeman LLC, a respected law firm that continues to provide representation to domestic entities, foreign governments, and elected and appointed officials, setting a standard of excellence in the practice of law. And whereas Judge Freeman has served as chief judge in municipal courts across Clayton and Fulton counties, as a mentor judge to new members of the judiciary, and as an instructor at the Institute of Continuing Judicial Education in Athens, Georgia, where he's trained judges on alternative sentencing for youthful offenders. And where his many honors include recognition of one of Georgia's top business lawyers in 2004, induction as a fellow of the American Bar Foundation in 2016, recognition among the top 100 Black lawyers in America, and the renaming of the Georgia State University Black Law Students Association in his honor. And whereas his leadership has extended beyond the courtroom, earning awards for community service, mentorship, and innovation, including programs such as the Junior Bailiff Program and the Community Resource Center, recognized as Program of the Year by the Association of Municipal Court Clerks. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton do hereby honor and congratulate Ronald J. Freeman Sr. on his induction into the 2025 Gate City Foundation Hall of Fame and commend him for his lifelong commitment to justice, leadership, and service to the people of Georgia, and do hereby proclaim October 28th, 2025 as Ronald J. Freeman Sr. Appreciation Day in the City of South Fulton.
First of all, I want to just say thank you all for this recognition. I am a citizen of this great city. I live right around the corner. I do want to tell you all a little bit about Gate City, because that's why I'm standing here. That's why Attorney Blvd is standing here. Many years ago, back during the 1940s and 50s, Black folks could not practice law. And those that could were relegated to certain fields. And the Gate City Bar Association is the largest and oldest African-American bar association in the country. And it was inclusive of Black lawyers. So I'm standing here because of those 10 Black lawyers back during that time that created a pathway for folks like me. So I do accept this, I really do. But I need for you all to understand, folks have died, people's rights have been taken away, and that's what we're going through right now. Okay, this is a repeat of history. But I want to say this to you. It is in our DNA to be able to overcome this. All right? And so I know everything that's taking place. We all read the news, we know what's going on. But if there was ever a time for us to unite around civility, to unite around our ancestors, and to pull together the resources that we have, because if you just look at the math, we win. But the key is to keep us divided. And we need to unite so that the math is not mathing in their favor. So to the City of South Fulton, I just simply want to say thank you for this recognition. It's a big deal. You always want to be recognized by your home. I love you all. God bless you all and continue the leadership here. To my city council person, let me just tell you, this was a beautiful act of kindness, and I really do appreciate it, okay? And to the city council and to the mayor, thank you all so much, all right? There you go. Absolutely. And your sister was an associate at our firm. And I'm going to get her back. Keep those smiles going, everybody.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. Everyone make sure that you're switched over in your civic clerk queue to the 7 p.m. meeting.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, that brings us to Roman numeral number 6, adoption of the council agenda. I will read the 4 additions that I'm aware of. Number 1, as I submitted to you earlier, there is a zoning case that was scheduled to be heard this evening, but it was left off of the agenda, and that is the second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance KZ 25-011, CDP 25-006. This is a request to rezone from C1 to TR at 7210 Old National Highway, and request a comprehensive development plan amendment from regional live work to suburban neighborhood 2.
Okay, sir, let's add that to Roman numeral 7, letter D.
Okay, also, you also received an email this afternoon from the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department for requests to confirm, to add a plat to the agenda to confirm the combination of Lot 2 at 3264 Enid Road, 30349, and Lot 3 at 3270 Enid Road, 30349, to build a single home per the plat that is requested to be added as well.
Should that be under Roman numeral D? Yeah, I mean, Roman numeral 7, item E.
E, okay. You also have an events. You have Councilmember Sebastian request to add number 1, the Environmental Justice Recognition Event for December 13th, 2025 at the Southwest Arts Center. Also, the District 4 food giveaway on October 27th, 2025, which was yesterday. And those are the 4 items that I had for consideration this evening.
All right, let's add those to Roman numeral 12. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a lot going on, especially this week in District 4. So I would like for us to move our council comments up from it looks like 13 on the agenda to up on the item 7, right after public comments.
Okay, so that'll be Roman numeral 8B.
Right after public comments.
8C. I'm sorry, thank you.
Yeah, 8, yeah.
Any other? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. Under first read, item number 2, that is technically, I want to waive that first read. It's supposed to be a second read. So I don't know how we need to go about doing that.
I don't know, Madam Attorney?
Are we able to waive the second read? I mean, the first read?
The council does have the power to waive the first read.
So we need to list this as a second read?
I think the council would need to vote to waive.
Are we voting on it tonight? Okay.
So if I may, it is my pleasure to move it to a second read, but also there is an amendment that I have gotten language from the city attorney in reference to the zoning, changing it from a R4 to a R4A that makes it compatible with the comprehensive land use plan.
Okay, can we move that then to Roman numeral 11B3? 4A, right? The first read that's currently C2? Right, so, but it is item C2, correct? That's what we're talking about. So I'm gonna move it from C2 to B3. I'm gonna move it from the first read ordinances to the administration. Okay. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I need to do the same for case Z24026, ZV24-010, just for transparency. For some reason, these were left off of as the first read, as the last agenda, and so we would have been voting on this tonight anyway. We did have the first read in the hearing at the last council meeting, so I'm doing the same thing, waiving the first read so that we can vote on this tonight.
That is what?
That is under Roman numeral number 7C. So I just need that correction.
Roman numeral.
Wait a minute, is that the right one?
No.
I'm sorry, y'all. Which one is that, Council, Mr. Reeves? Where should, huh? Yes, yes,
So we're gonna move C3 to B4.
right. Where is it? Yes, corrections.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
So typically what happens when we have the public hearing for an item, the 5 o'clock meeting, typically we list those cases, which are zoning cases and require 2 reads, first read on the 7 o'clock meeting. At the last meeting, they were not listed for that first read. So that's why they require 2 reads, which tonight would have been the first reading. And my understanding of what the council members are asking in these 2 instances to waive the first reading, to hear the items tonight and vote on them for approval or denial.
I'm a little confused and concerned. They were not listed for a first read at the last meeting. They should have been, but they weren't.
They were not.
And so now they're going to go automatically to a second read, though they were not listed as a first read at the last meeting. And I'm going to wait for my attorney because I'm a little concerned that doing this might cause some consternation for people who might have wanted to be here had they known we were voting on these tonight. So there are 2 items, C2 and C3. They're first read ordinances.
If I may, because I still have the floor. This is concerning my motion.
If I might just confer with the city attorney.
Yes,
As a presiding officer, I just want to make sure that the city attorney, who's just joined us again, is up to speed on what has been said. And then I'm going to ask the clerk to clarify to make sure that I'm stating this correctly. But item C2 and item C3 should have been listed as first reads in the last council meeting. They were not. And so now council is requesting that we waive the first read that was not listed at the last council meeting and vote on these as second reads at this council meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct.
All right, would you opine on that, Madam Attorney?
Is there a clarification from District 3? Because more information may be necessary in order for me to opine.
Yes. So to put out that we're doing something that is not transparent, that is wrong, is misleading to residents. First of all, this zoning ordinance, this case has had plenty of community input meetings. It has been approved by the Planning Commission, it has been approved by staff. I have had no opposition from anyone in my district. I am very comfortable with waiving the first read and voting on this tonight. It should have been listed when we had the public hearing last council meeting. No one showed up in opposition and spoke against this. This is the parcel of land that is sitting in East Point on the Commerce Drive side. So what I am asking is, we would have been voting on this tonight anyway had someone done the agenda properly and listed while we had the public hearing, and it should have been listed as a first read. Last council meeting, that was not done. So therefore, it was put on this agenda as the first read. What I'm saying is, I want to waive the first read and go ahead and do the vote tonight.
And so I want to be clear, we're talking about C3? Correct. Okay, technically you are allowed to waive the first read and vote on it.
Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And let me be clear, we had a very robust conversation at the last meeting, and the mayor did inform them that we will be voting tonight at this meeting. So that is the reason why we've had a very, very robust conversation at our last council meeting in reference to this project.
So given that it's what they call a Scribner's error in law, that it wasn't listed on the last meeting, and if what you're saying is correct, that there was verbal notice given at the last meeting, that we would be voting on it at this meeting. And clerk, I would need you to independently confirm that, because that notice part is going to be very important moving forward. But technically, yes, you can waive the first read and vote on it tonight.
Okay, can we vote? The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
Attorney Kelly, are you finished with the signed ordinance that was supposed to come back to council, or do we need to wait another, we need to bring it back at the next council meeting? Are you comfortable?
So based on the multiple conversations you and I have had, I think it's less of a legislative issue and more of a training and application issue, because I do think that the current laws on the books can accomplish the purpose as long as it's 10 foot from the right-of-way and 20 feet from the edge of the pavement. And if it's on private property, there's actually state law that says there's no limit for how long a political sign can stay on private property outside of the right-of-way and with permission of the private owner. So if there's something additional that the council would want me to bring back, I can, but based on our conversations, I think we're in a good place.
The other question is, the city manager has advised staff that the signs would not be removed from the precincts. Do we need to amend the ordinance to have any of that language, or are we good?
So as long as what is at the precinct is in conformity with state law, that it's all the things that I read at the last meeting, I won't go through it again. But as long as it's within or outside of the 150 feet, that it's not inside the polling place, and it's not within 25 feet of someone coming to vote at the polling place, and no, we don't need additional language on that.
Thank you, Mayor. I yield.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move to approve the agenda for Tuesday, October 28th, 7 p.m. agenda as amended.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for this evening for motion and vote. The first case, letter A, which is actually a text amendment, is the second read and request council approval of TA 25-003, an ordinance to amend the South Fulton zoning ordinance to bring the ordinance in compliance with changes to the zoning procedures law implemented by HB 155.
The chair will entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, the chair, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter B. It's a second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance, case Z 25-005, application by Sela Prop Incorporated, requesting rezoning from C1 in the Old National Overlay District and R5A to MIX at 7185 Old National Highway to develop townhomes and a 1,700 square foot commercial building on 11.66 acres. This item failed to receive 4 affirmative or denial votes on May 13th and August 12th. This item was deferred at the August 26th meeting to tonight's meeting. Staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, this is one of the things we discussed in the work session. We're going to make a decision tonight. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve. This is sounded. Thank
It's
you.
been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I have discussion.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So I just want to make a clarification here as to how we got here. Initially, when this property owner was in this process, the people that represented him did not submit the updated site plan, or there was not a site plan that was in conformity with the zoning that he's seeking. And so since that time, the site plan has been submitted. There have been conversations with Mr. McClendon, and I'd like to bring Mr. McClendon up, if that's possible, to clarify these things or confirm these things. He's right there. He waiting on me. You just say it's okay. Thank you, Mr. McClendon.
Thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. I believe that is accurate. We did receive amended site plans for this site and reviewed them and have confirmed that all of the items that we were looking for have been added to those site plans.
So I do understand that it is, don't go nowhere, please. I do understand that it is your practice not to per se update your recommendation, but I see as we're trying to really work through these cases, that this is where we are. Is that correct, Mr. McClendon?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. I yield.
All right, let's take this vote. I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. I see people hopping in the queue now.
I just have a question procedurally based on the updated information. Do you need to amend the motion to include whatever recent updates? Because this just looks like we're voting on the old thing.
I believe that the site plan has been updated with CDRA, so I guess Mr. McClendon could confirm with you that what is in here is an updated plan, but they do have it, so we're voting on the updated plan, and that's what's being presented for a vote today.
Is that what's listed here? I'm just trying to make sure we're not voting on something that's old with the knowledge that they have it, and legally we're voting on something older. That's all I'm trying to make sure. So, Madam City Attorney, maybe you may want to advise, but yeah.
So just for belts and suspenders, we should just want to make sure that what you're voting on is, that you're saying explicitly for the record that what you're voting on and what your motion includes is the updated site plan, to make sure that what the record reflects is the updated site plan with the conditions as sounded by CDRA.
Does the chair need to entertain an amended motion? The chair will entertain an amended motion.
I amend this motion to include a vote on this with the updated site plan and the updated recommendation as spoken, as sounded by CDRA. Did I say that right? Okay.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Willis?
I just want to say for the record that we need to change that in our code, because this sends a really bad perception to the community that we are approving site plans that are against our staff. If things have been resubmitted and it's in conformity, then that should be what is reflected in the record. We shouldn't have to put out that we're voting on something that has been denied by the staff and planning commission. When the planning director come up here and says, like, you know, yes, things have been resubmitted and it's in conformity now, but it's not our practice to go and change, you know, the recommendation of staff. That sounds, I'm trying to not say something that may go TikTok viral, but we need to fix it. We need to fix it, because this is why the community has a problem with us. Okay? Thank you.
Madam Attorney?
So I will work with our very business-friendly CDRA director to see what we can do as far as updating our laws. I just need to make sure that there's not any state requirements that say that, but if they're not, I'll work with Mr. McClendon to make sure we change that.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
And I think this question, just for a point of clarification, with the new information, then the staff recommendation should be changed, correct? Because both of these say denial. Planning commission is denial, staff recommendation is denial. Correct, yeah.
So we can't change it at this point because that's the current practice, is once it's submitted, their recommendation is based on what was initially submitted, even if they submit an updated site plan that would be approved. But that's what Councilman Willis just said, and I'll work with. No. Technically, they could, but at this point, I believe it's the vote of the council that they want to vote on the updated site plan. Like I stated before, I'll work with our very business-friendly CDRA director to see what we can do as far as updating the code.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And, you know, I think that this practice, assuming that there is nothing in state law, but I think that this practice is one of the reasons why we hear kind of on a regular basis that the city is so hard to do business with, because I can't quite figure out the logic, and I know I've raised this a couple times before, for why if someone puts an application in and there's problems with it and things that need to be adjusted, and there's back and forth to get them adjusted and to address whatever the concerns are, why we would make them withdraw an application and start all over again, as opposed to just amending what the recommendations are. I think the whole point of us as council members having deferrals and we're asking developers go back and work with the community, have more community meetings, do all the things to address the concerns, only to have staff refuse to recognize all that work to change their recommendation. You know, so having, you know, saying, okay, we're going to ask you to do all of this work, but we're not going to change the recommendation, is not just crazy, but it's counterproductive, because then why are we going through the trouble of having developers go through the trouble to do all of this extra work if we can't get this changed and we're put in these positions, presumably there's nothing in state law that's saying the recommendation can't be changed. If we're saying go fix it, it should be fixed at every step along the way, which includes the CDRA staff recommendation. So we're consistently here. Like, this is not a one-off. We are here every single meeting.
So part of it is in the application process. It goes through several different sub-departments and people who are reviewing it for erosion, land disturbance permits, things of that nature. So it'd be my suggestion to kind of do a bit of a hybrid, that they can amend and resubmit the things that we tell them to go fix up to a point, so that we're not wasting taxpayer dollars or our staff resources by having them at the 11th hour come in and say, just kidding, I know you just spent months and months reviewing my application, but I'm going to change this one last thing, and then the staff has to start the review process all over. So I think the most fair thing to do, and again, barring anything in the state law that says that we can't, I think perhaps we can come up with an amicable hybrid situation that after a certain point, then they can't submit it. But up to that point, then perhaps they can, after we tell them to go back and fix it, that they can resubmit their plan to have the recommendation adjusted.
Thank you. I do think it's important to illuminate, and please, Director McClendon, disabuse me of any misgivings that I have, but I think that very often there's a pre-application meeting. It's a 4-month process, and I think sometimes what is happening is that developers may not make all of the changes that are suggested until the Planning Commission denies them, and then they have these denials on their record, and then they want to go back and make the changes that may have been recommended to them in the beginning of the process. The second thing is when they come before council, as we've heard today, this is the second of 2 meetings. So if they come before council, we make the recommendations that they make the changes that they may have already been recommended to make before, and then they make them. We will still have an imperfect record because they will come back before council, and even if we fix this staff recommendation, they haven't been back before the Planning Commission. And so now we'll have incongruent decisions on the record unless they also go back before the Planning Commission, which I do think that there is a concern. Also, we're having discussion, and I'm just pointing out some other things that I've seen, is that plans do get altered before a council vote, but they may or may not go back through the entire process, through the Planning Commission, to the people that have met before. And it's like, we haven't seen these. There are times that people have come to the meetings to speak, and they'll say, we haven't seen these updated plans that you've seen. I don't know if the public has seen them now. So I think that that's just something that we've got to think about as we balance all of these factors for our decision-making process. And with that, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. I have said this several times before in these meetings, that the journey of a project, if at some point in time the applicant don't start out with a project that's realistic and good, and we get into this thing of bargaining along the process, at some point in time, we need to have something that says, you know what, you go back to the back of the line. Because unless we do that, we're going to constantly have these things where we are negotiating along the way. And as the mayor said that sometimes they might have been told before, this is not going to be good, it's not going to be acceptable, and then they get the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission, who are citizens, say absolutely not, right? And then between Planning Commission and us, you have these changes that are now being thrown on the table. And I've seen people come to these meetings with changes that no one has seen. And then we are asked to vote on it at the last minute. And we're like, no, wait, hold up. So again, for me, I've always said, we have to have some measure in which we say after the changes have gone to X number of percent or whatever, right? You may want to think about going back to the back of the line. And I think what that will do, that will force people to come with good projects from the onset. and not feel that we can be given a flimsy project and, or we will give consent as we go along the process. No, come with a good project so it saves you money, it saves the staff headache, and the public knows and can trust the process. And for us as council, we get a good project to vote on, hopefully with a recommendation from staff and a recommendation from the planning commission for citizens. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her second time.
So we can sit here and say what sounds good, but here's the reality. We are the final decision makers, okay? Things can go to the process is community input, community zoning information meeting. That's when the project is introduced to the community. Then you have the community input meeting. At the community input meeting, you hear from the community. They have an opportunity to say whether they are in support of the project or against the project. Things change. They go to the planning commission. Community has an opportunity to come and speak then. Things can change between the planning commission and before it comes to council. We are the final decision makers. And so the whole process is to give the community an opportunity to work with the developer and the developer the opportunity to work with staff. We're making this complicated. The city attorney said she's going to go check with state law to see if some type of provision can be put in place that if the developer works with the community and staff and comes into conformity, before we, the final decision makers, vote on it, we will have all that information and the record could be changed and reflected that all that information is in place and this information is put out publicly before we vote on it. So we're making it complicated. The city attorney says that she is going to work with our friendly director and put business-friendly director and put a process in place that will be accommodating to our residents and that will give us the ability to vote on things that are reflected in the record, stating that the cases are in conformity. So to say that a developer should come with everything intact and in the first place, that's not reality. That's not realistic because we all know that the developer has to work with the community. And if they don't like certain things, most developers a lot of developers, not all, a lot of developers tries to make concessions so that the community can be in harmony. So if Attorney Kelly says she's going to put a process in place, please let her do that and let us vote on this so we can move on. Thank you.
Recognizes Dr. Rao for your second time?
No, this is the
First
first
time.
time.
Thank you.
I think it's one thing I want to share. I've been watching kind of our cadence and what I've noticed as you look at this revised process, city attorney, is that I think if some of these items were held at the planning commission and not just voted to get it off the docket, and they gave a little bit more direction. So, for example, if the staff's is approval conditional, then I see something denied. To me, there's not been enough work to address the concerns they heard by the community. And so I would love for the planning commission to hold some of these, and I watch they do it, they go through the agenda and vote. But if they spend more time at that level before it gets to us, maybe some of these things could be corrected. Because they're hearing it before us, address it and bring it with the conditions that they've identified so we don't look like we're incompatible. So that's just an observation.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
I also believe in the comments that Councilwoman Willis shared as well as Council and Dr. Rao, but I also think something on the very front end. I know that they are supposed to have, pre-meetings? So with our staff, it's not mandatory, but maybe we need to add that as something a little bit more intense. So
when developers get through this process, they're not saying, oh, well, why didn't they tell me, or this, that, and the third. I think if we do more communication on the front end at the pre-meetings, then we'll be able to have a better process of going through this. Again, working with the community before they even get to, CZIM and all of that other stuff. But the staff has to be very upfront and vocal about, does it fit within our plan? Does this work? Because that's being business friendly, letting people know ahead of time instead of them spending their dollars trying to get through the process and then we turn around and deny it. So for me, I think if we can tighten up that process as well, along with all of the other recommendations that have been shared, I think that might be helpful as well. But that pre-meeting, I think, is very important because I don't think there's enough communication between staff and developers.
Okay, just a quick point of information. Is the pre-application meeting not mandatory?
It absolutely is mandatory, and it is.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's a lot of cross-talking. It is or is not?
It is mandatory, and in fact, it's in our code of ordinances that it's mandatory.
We've heard a lot. Let's go ahead and vote on this item in the queue. You want to just resound what we're voting on, Clerk Adams?
Yes, it's approval of the updated site plan and recommendation as sounded by the CDRA department.
All right, let's take this vote online.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say procedurally, you do have to vote for the amendment and then vote for the amended motion.
Okay, so first we're going to vote for it. Can we vote for the amendment by show of hands? Well, that's the amended motion. So now we're voting to amend for the amended motion. Now we're going to take.
That motion was approved 7-0.
Thank you. Now we're going to take the vote for the amended motion online.
Yes. That motion was approved as amended, 7-0 unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter C. It's case Z 24-026, CV 24-010. Application by KMT Partners LLC, care of Greg Bowler, care of Morris, Manning, and Martin LLP, requesting rezoning from AG1 to M1 on an assemblage of parcels at 555 Spence Road, 0 Old Tenoya Road, 0 Irwin Road, 0 Spence Road, and 0 Fayetteville Road to develop plus or minus 1.5 million square feet spread over 3 buildings for light industrial uses. This property is in City Council District 7. This item failed to receive 4 affirmative or denial votes at the July 22nd meeting. The item was deferred on August 12th, 2025 to the October 28th, 2025 regular meeting. Staff recommendation was approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation was denial.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to defer this item to the next council meeting.
That would be the November 12th council meeting? That's our
Yes.
next council meeting.
Can I bring up Mr. McClendon?
Yes, Attorney McClendon?
Mr. McClendon? So Mr. McClendon has had a conversation with the developer, and there were the items that they discussed require, I believe there's additional evaluations that they're having on this property that require more time. Was it deferral they asked for? Not the next council meeting, but was it 30 or 60 days? I don't recall, because you had the conversation with them. And let me just look through my emails to see.
No, November 12th is what they requested.
November 12th?
That's correct.
All right, there is a motion to defer this item to November 12th. Is there a second? Yes. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So this is not personal, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, and I'm just gonna be honest with you. You know, I'm not gonna put people on blast, but this developer has been reaching out to council members, asking for this deferment. I think that's very inappropriate. You know, we promised these residents that they were gonna have a public hearing, and we were gonna vote on this today, and he had ample time to get whatever he needed to get together. It's not only about environmental injustice. The residents in this area said consistently that they don't have certain amenities in their area. They don't have recreation. They're in the food desert, and to bring, to take over 100 acres of land, and even though it's an industrial area, and to turn it into warehouses is against their quality of life and a slap in their face. And this developer has even sent threats to me by way of other people. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna put on record, this is not what he wants. So I don't appreciate the threats. I've been here for 8 years, and I could care less about people threatening this seat. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to this seat belongs to God and the people who want me here. And they have sent me back, reelected 3 times. I am not supporting a deferment, a deferral, whatever he has sent several of my colleagues, text messages and calls. The way that he has conducted himself in this community and treated people in this community, and I do give you your credit. You did, have the community meetings. You did try to work, but enough is enough. Enough is enough. I've had a controversial development in my own district, and when people said, I had 50-50, some people wanted it, some people didn't. And I told the developer, withdraw it, because we got to work out, we got to come to some compromise, because we're not going to have this friction in my community. These residents, our residents, have shown up at least 3 or 4 times in these green shirts and these signs, and he is not playing fair. You don't send threats to council people through other people, because he threatened me. He said I was not being business friendly, and I need to learn how to be business friendly. I am resident friendly. I'm resident friendly. And development is supposed to be about compromise, because he lives in North Fulton. He don't even live here. No, that is true. He stays in Buckhead. He does. I know him he stays in Buckhead. We live here. We pay taxes here. This is our quality of life.
We don't need no more warehouses.
And I'm just saying, it's nothing against you. It's nothing against you. It's nothing against you. It's just that I just don't like how he's doing business. Calling council members, telling council members that you agree on this deferral. I don't know if it's true or not. Asking council members to agree to this deferral when we told residents they were going to have a public hearing, and the city attorney is on record. And you want the timestamp? Because we could pull it up. I went back and listened to the tape yesterday when a resident said, Councilmember Willis, go back and listen to the tape. And it was Attorney Kelly who told these residents that they were going to have a public hearing today. And that we were going to vote on this today. It is on record. That's what she said at the last time. And she cautioned that the deferral, by deferring it to this day, was going to allow for public hearing. She said that on the record. So, I don't like how he's doing business. It's shady, it's underhanded, and don't threaten me. If you hear me, don't ever threaten me.
The chair recognizes, I'm following the cue. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Um, so this escalated real quick. There's clearly a lot of disconnect here. And I am not convinced that and yes, you have to second a motion to put it into discussion. But I am not convinced that we're going to get to anything productive. And I would say tonight, but I'm not sure that we're going to get to anything productive for a minute, because it seems that we have strayed away from the business case and have now wandered into some things that sound very, very personal. Whoever said whatever, I wasn't there, I don't know. But we're straying, we're wandering into some places that's probably not good for the business case. On the merits of what's in front of us. And so I don't know, Councilwoman Pritchett, if you had what the conversations were, or if you would be willing to entertain perhaps a withdrawal rather than a deferral. Right. I mean, a withdrawal gives, I think, time for cooler heads to prevail. But number two, to try to figure out some of the other things that have been brought forward, so we're not having the personal spilling over into the business. Because at the end of the day, it's about the business, devoid of whatever else has transpired that didn't involve me and that I am unaware of. But I would just simply ask that at this point that maybe a withdrawal is the best course of action rather than a deferral.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am quite sure at some point in time along with this project that even the number of buildings were supposed to change and not be 3 anymore. If my memory serves me correct, but now on this agenda, what this item is still saying is the same 3 buildings of 1.5 million square feet. This is why I would say, like I said in the last item, at some point in time, people have to be made to go back to the back of the line. I have not met with this developer. Mr. Demand, thank you for your letter and emails. I have said from the onset, I, J.C. Sebastian, never thought this was a good project. Because at some point in time, you need something to transition between the industrial, which is across the street, and the residents. And whether they're residents of the city of South Fulton or the city of Fairburn, it does not matter to me. It's people's quality of life. And I would be a hypocrite to not like what is happening to the city of South Fulton by other cities around us and complain about it, and then vote to do the exact same thing to citizens of another city. And Mayor Pro Tem, this is not personal. Okay? You can think that if you want, but it's not personal. This is my decision based on what has happened in District 4 especially, and somewhat in District 3, how we have been impacted, our residents have been impacted. Councilmember Willis's house is next to a warehouse in another city, okay? And I've been in there and I've seen how close it is. I've gotten called by neighbors that says, come into my backyard and see what I'm seeing from my back deck. It's a warehouse across the street. I've had citizens tell me, I don't use my back deck anymore because there's a warehouse now right there in my backyard. So I would be a hypocrite if I would do to the citizens of the city of Fairburn and our citizens. Because before, I believe this was my first year on the city council, when there was a similar proposal on the other side of the street, when District 7 did not have a representative. And Mr. DeMann, you know this. Someone proposed another warehouse that was encroaching on the wetlands, and they came and asked my opinion, and I was like, you shouldn't do this. This is absolutely not. And the project went to it. So again, I've been consistent regardless of who sits on the stairs. And I love the area that we have in the open space in 7 and 6. And I'm not saying we don't put development in certain areas. As it is our strategy, we're going with our comprehensive plan in notes. But I've since mentioned even going down to LaGrange, where the Great Wolf Lodge is just off of the highway, for those of you who have been there. This area is one of the last areas that we have in the city of South Fulton, right on top of an interstate. And I do not think it is the best and highest use to put a warehouse or 2 warehouses or 3 warehouses, whatever the number is. I just don't think so, right? So land don't spoil. So let's try and see if, in my opinion, if we can work to get a better quality development there that would suit the people there and not have this impact. Leave the warehouses on the other side of Highway 85. Those that are on the other side along 29, they're in their own space over there. They're not this. So I'll just say that is my explanation as to why I am against this project. Okay? Thank you all.
Just a quick point of order. We have some amazing parliamentary professionals assisting us in these meetings, and I have been reminded to remind all of you that our comments should not be directed at one another. That is just par for the course of Robert's rules. All right, I believe the next person in the queue was Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to make a few things clear. I received an email, me and Mr. McClendon, saying that they are requesting a deferral because they've revised their site plan, which Mr. McClendon has, to further reduce the environmental impact by moving away from the stream buffers. Their wetlands delineation consultant is scheduled to go out to the site to confirm that they have eliminated the impact on the stream buffer, but this will not be done till tomorrow. So that's the reason for that. So I will say this. We say that we want to be a business-friendly city. And what I've explained to many of the residents that have emailed me and have tried to communicate with me, even on social media, is, as far as I speak for myself, we had the instructor from UGA come and talk about zoning. What we do as council persons is we look at the zoning cases that come before us that have gone through a lot of community input, a lot of scrutiny, the recommendations or not from the staff. This particular case does have a conditional approval from staff. So I want to make that clear. Also, as council persons, we have a responsibility not only to our residents, but also to our property owners. So when we talk about wanting to be the type of business, the type of city that attracts business, that actually brings other business, including retail, restaurants, grocery stores, saying that this district does not have any recreation or any parks, that is simply an exaggerated statement because it's never had it since Fulton County. This is a city, so.
Wait, I'm gonna ask,
Point of order.
I'm gonna ask for decorum in the, I'm here too. I'm going to ask just for decorum. We're going to get through this conversation. Everybody is going to be heard.
So,
Go ahead.
in saying that, I've explained at previous meetings that we have 3 parks in District 7 that we have purchased. And these parks will be constructed at the appropriate time. At the last public participation meeting, the developer actually, at the suggestion of many council members, gave a tour to the residents at their request, gave many tours to residents in a group and on personal basis with council members here on this dais as well, answered questions, looked at environmental concerns that they had additional meetings, had an additional public participation meetings, one that I attended, and it lasted for over 3.5 hours. And there were many suggestions that were taken well by this developer, and they have made changes. They've done everything that this council talks about, that when we want developers to listen to us as far as, go back and see where we can, there's a meeting of the minds. But honestly, everyone is not opposed to this type of project. As it's been stated, this isn't an industrial corridor, but this is also a project that there's a landowner involved. This is millions of dollars in a transaction involved. It also involves bringing 1,000 to 2,000 jobs to this area. So however you want to look at it, and the council can vote however they feel. I don't go in other people's districts and make suggestions and make recommendations as to what you should or should not have. I have said this time and time again. I live there. I live in that same area on that part of District 7. I live there, right behind, within less than 100 feet. I live right behind Georgia Power. You're talking to someone who is very, very aware of where I moved and what happens where I move. I see trucks all the time. I see a lot that involves an industrial corridor that when we even discuss the live, work, play, well, this is an industrial corridor where people live. But the bigger picture that I'm saying, that in all fairness, you've asked this developer to do certain things. At every step along the way, the developer has done what was asked: to communicate with people, to try to make concessions with people, to meet with councilpersons. There are councilpersons that refuse to meet with the developer. And there are people that are going to say here that, they would never vote for something like this, but I've seen you all take votes on data centers. I haven't voted on a data center. I have not approved a vote on a data center that has an environmental impact as well. But for some reason, this is too big of a concept, it seems. We are a big city. But what I hear is this project is just too big. Well, let me know when y'all are ready to do big projects. Either way, I don't have a stake in this at all. I don't promote this. And it's been accusations made from people from this dais, but we're all good, from this dais to this audience, about something is not right and it's underhanded. This developer, I state, has gone through the same process that all the other developers have gone through. They've done their due diligence. They have gone through a DRI process. They have already invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to bring this application forward and to be treated like this because some people just don't like them.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem,
I'm
that's your
just
time.
saying.
I'm just
saying.
If you want to close it out.
Yeah, I am closing it out, but the thing is, look at how you treat developers. You may not like this individual or these individuals. These are not my friends. These are not my homeboys. These are black men doing business in this city, and they have been treated poorly. And I think that this is wrong. But, You know, I respect everyone has a vote. This is business. And I'll tell you this, as other developers are looking at this does not look good for us to treat developers like this that have followed this process and have been accused of so many things that are simply untrue. And I do agree with you, Councilwoman Williams Brown, this is not productive because I don't know at what point this developer will ever be given a fair shot when they tried. But however this vote comes, they're asking for more time to address concerns that were asked of them. If y'all don't want to be fair and give them that opportunity, that lies on y'all. My vote, I'm the one who presented this motion, and that's where I stand.
Thank you. Councilwoman Willis, this is your second time.
So it was stated that we're getting personal. This is not about the business. Well, to me, my residents, how they feel is personal. This is about the residents. The residents is business. They vote on us and they put us here. I don't think that this developer is doing the right thing because instead of him texting council members directly asking for a deferral, why wouldn't he go through the process and send the information to the director? Because that's where he's supposed to. But so why is he directly reaching out to council members asking for favor? Because that's improper. Why is threats coming by way of other people from this developer to me, telling me that I'm not business friendly because I won't support 3 warehouses that residents don't want? You mentioned that we have voted on data centers and we have voted on things, but we never voted on anything that has not been in collaboration with the community. When we voted on the data center that was in my district, we worked with the community on that data center. You didn't have one person.
Wait, I'm sorry. We gotta, I don't wanna.
Well, let me say, there was no opposition, and the record reflects that. Let me say that I have a right to, because that it was put out there. The record reflects there was no opposition from residents. The record reflects that there were over 100 residents at my community input meeting, because Helen Willis would not vote on anything that residents are standing in her face telling her not to vote for. That has been my track record for 8 years. And I'm telling you that this developer did not act in good faith. This developer did not do right by the residents. That's my opinion. It's not personal. Because if it was personal, I would have voted no for your zoning before this voting. I mean, it's not personal. This is something that residents have come back over and over again in these green shirts and loudly said, we don't want. They do not feel like this developer has worked with them. This developer wants what this developer wants and not work in sync with this community. And so that's my opinion. And I cannot vote for a deferral. I cannot. It has already been deferred. And this is why I can't vote for it. I'm going to give you a specific reason. Because the city attorney told residents that they could have a public hearing and we were going to vote on this today. That is on the record. That's what she said. And it's timestamped. That's what she said. And the residents came here to give public commentary. And it is not right for us to sit here and say, we're going to defer this and give the developer more time and not hear their voices. This is not right. Not when the city attorney put on record that they were going to have their public hearing and we were going to vote today. Again, the residents' business is my business. Thank you.
Next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Gomes.
All right, we deserve better. I am going to call for the question.
Let's take that vote by show of hands.
Motion was approved unanimously, 7-0. The question's been called.
All right, let's take, and what is the question?
So the motion was to defer this case until November 12th, council meeting.
Let's take this vote online. You have to just vote, and we vote, we will take up another motion if we don't have 4 votes. But I believe you do have to vote, correct? You cannot abstain from a vote. Do you have a conflict? Okay.
Okay, that motion fails 2 to 4 to 1. One abstention.
All right. The chair, well, before I entertain a new motion, I do just want to say this. I've heard some concerning things in the previous discussion, Madam City Attorney, and we had the good people from the UGA Carl Vinson School of Government here advising us about best practices. I've heard like accusations about developers reaching out and it being inappropriate, but I've also heard multiple times from this dais that people were working with developers. So I'm just unclear when it is that we can and cannot speak to developers. Should we have some sort of quiet period that after they've come before us or after they come before the planning commission, we're not talking to them? Should we have an attorney present? Should they not speak to us at all and only speak to staff? I would really love just some, not maybe tonight, but just some opining and some legal direction on when, where, how we should or should not be communicating with developers or their agents when they are before us for a vote. So I just asked for that. Did you have any response you wanted to give?
No, just that I think we had discussed this previously as well. I said a memo would be forthcoming. I do think that there's a line. I appreciate the idea of having a quiet period. I think the thing that's most important is that there be transparency and uniformity in whatever we do. So if there's a conversation with the developer, that's a conversation that needs to be, one, witnessed, and two, be able to be relayed to the public. But as much as possible, we have public hearings for a reason. The conversation should be had in the public hearing. But I also understand that there are certain logistics and things that need to occur as far as talking to the developer who may not be as familiar with South Fulton and how things are done here. So I think a quiet period may be helpful, but as I mentioned to you before, a memo will be forthcoming with best practices.
Thank you. All right, and with that, the chair will entertain a new motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to deny this application.
Is there a second?
Mayor, point of order. On the agenda, what it states, I just want to make sure that we are complying with something. It says they're supposed to have a public hearing. That's what it says on the agenda.
So the chair, I believe that this came up in our discussion with the University of Georgia today. First, let me just, as a parliamentary point, do I need to carry this motion? The point of order stops the motion. I'm confused about what
I would like to make a
Wait, hold on. Let me just get.
Yes, you must respond to the point of order.
Okay, Madam Attorney, did you want to address whether or not this requires a public hearing? It is advertised. We heard some maybe contraindicative things to this at 4 o'clock, so.
Someone has to release their mic. So this is why we had the work session today, as far as having a expert in zoning laws and the zoning procedure come and give a presentation. The state law requires only one public hearing. The city of South Fulton goes above and beyond and does 2 public hearings. And in my conferral with the UGA Carl Vinson Institute, I was corrected, and I don't mind, as y'all have all heard me say, shout out to my daddy, the Reverend Dr. Earl W. Hendricks, that an honorable man, when he realizes he's mistaken, can either cease being honorable or cease being mistaken. I will look all of y'all in the face and say, I was mistaken, which is why we had the work session today to educate all of us on what the process is. So technically, by state law, we are only requiring 1 public hearing. The city does 2. So technically, there will not be a public hearing today, but we are looking forward to a vote. Thank you.
So we have ruled on that point of order, or I guess I will rule on the point of order. There will not be a public hearing for this today. It was a misprint. We've had a couple of Scrivener's errors. We will endeavor to be more accurate in our publication of future agendas. Is there a second to deny this?
Second.
All right. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yes.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman. I'm sorry, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. Are you in the queue? Okay, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
There was not a misprint. There was actually what was stated on the record at the last council meeting that they were going to have a public hearing. That's why it's on the agenda. It was not a misprint. So I just want to make sure that is corrected. This was not a misprint. If you go back and look at the last council meeting, that's what was stated. But if this is going to be a denial, then I think most residents are going to get what they want. But this makes all of us look incompetent when we put out information and we opine on stuff that's wrong. And so I'm glad you admitted that you misspoke or you did not opine on the correct thing. But I just want you to know that we've been getting bombarded by the community for weeks. And we got a lot of emails because of what you put on the record. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Right. I mean, and I'm sorry, I just do feel compelled to respond to that. This is not the first time that we have changed course. We are all learning, which is why we continue to have the University of Georgia here. We were allowing people to speak in public comments on items that we voted on, and we had to go back and make that correction. So from time to time, we will have to make corrections. These acts are not being done in malfeasance. They are just Scrivener's errors, whatever you call them. Everybody's doing their best. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard.
So I just want to be clear also that the deferral, I'm the one who motioned it, and I never motioned for a deferral for a public hearing. I never said that. So, no, I got you. You made that clarification. Thank you, Councilwoman Willis, but I want to make the clarification that at no time did I motion with the expectation that on this day we would have a public hearing. I deferred it for a vote. That's what my motion was. So, it's a lot of talk, but, the clerk keeps a record of what the motions are. I know my motion was clear, but we're here, and I respect any vote that this council takes.
If all hearts, minds, and consciences are clear, if there are no more illusions, disillusions, hallucinations, clarifications, we are going to go ahead and take this vote on the screen. This is a vote to deny.
Motion to deny is approved. 4-2 to 1, one abstention.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to the add-on zoning items. The first one is the second reading, request council approval of a zoning ordinance KZ 25-011 and CDP 25-006. Applicant requesting to rezone from C1 in the Old National Overlay District to TR at 7210 Old National Highway, and is requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from regional live work to suburban neighborhood 2 for the purpose of constructing 107 townhomes on 13.4 acres of land. This property is located in Council District 7. This was deferred on August 12, 2025 to October 28th council meeting. Staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation is denial. And this is an add-on item that was approved at the beginning. District 7.
All right, before I entertain a motion, I do just want to take a moment to recognize one of our founding fathers in the room, State Representative, no, he's still here, State Representative Roger Bruce. All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Okay, so I move to approve as sounded. However, there's an explanation to this, so I hope I have a second, and I'd like discussion so that I can explain. So this is a case that, well, I made my motion. I know, but she's asking, because she don't know she don't understand what we're talking
Okay, well,
about.
let's do this. Let's get a motion in a second, and then you'll be first in discussion. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Okay, so as with the previous case, where stuff is falling through the cracks, this is a case which was brought before us, and we deferred it in August. And for some reason, it never made it back on the agenda. And so Attorney Battle, who is representing this developer on this case, and she had spoken to Mr. McClendon with CDRA. This is a case that, I mean, I don't know, it's in here. These are townhouses that are connected to a church property. And this case involves a $1.2 million, I don't know how to say the right words, but I think a community benefit of upgrading a sewer pump station that will significantly improve the problems that we have with our sewer delivery in that region of Old National that has had significant sewer issues. I started by explaining that. Does that make sense? You kind of remember a little bit? Because
This is a 7210 Old National?
yes.
What's the staff recommendation?
And so it's been, as the previous case that you heard before, there have been updates to the site plan, conversations with CDRA, things that they were asked to work on and clarify about floodplains and the infrastructure issue of what people were concerned with were if this would be able to hold the capacity of the sewer line in the area. So they have offered to $1.2 million in the complete, not just upgrading, like redoing this sewer pump station. And so that's the best way that I can explain it. I don't know if Attorney Battle or one of her representatives here, but I spoke to her earlier today. Attorney McClendon can explain better if he's still in the room, but that's all I have for you.
Attorney McClendon, is there anyone from, or Director McClendon? Just 1 second. Did you have anything to add? Okay. Well, he said he doesn't have anything to add. As we go through discussion, we will people can direct their questions to the Assistant City Manager or Mr. McClendon via the Assistant City Manager. Who's next in the queue, Mr. Clerk? Okay, yeah, because I don't even have this item. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Bell.
I do have a question in regards to this case, seeing that we don't have the full details. I need to know the staff recommendation and the planning commission's recommendations before I make any decisions. Thank you.
I actually emailed it before the meeting, and I just re-emailed it again, so it should be at the top of your email.
Would you just read it into the record, though, because people don't have that item on the agenda here?
So you want me, what do you want me to read? 'Cause,
The staff and planning commission.
double denial, staff recommendation and planning commission, both denial.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So was this an add-on? Okay, so let me ask a question. So Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, that was a lie. And in my opinion, she shouldn't be put in the position. Who added this on? Well, so why is it CDRA speaking to this? I don't understand why she's speaking to this. She's not a planner. I need some explanation, please.
Mr. Attorney McClendon, if you would just please come forward and, for the edification of council, please explain how this item and the next item, they were recommended to be added on by CDRA.
I mean, I don't understand, Mayor.
I'm sorry, and in your discussion, if you wanted to, if you would also just help us understand, is it exigent for us to decide these two add-on items tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. I want to start out by saying that it's always an honor to be in the room with such esteemed Morehouse College graduates as Roger Bruce and Ronald Freeman and Corey Adams. We did not recommend that this item be placed on tonight's agenda. I believe that the developer's attorney sent an email earlier today stating that they were expecting this item to be on tonight's agenda, but it was not. I think it was deferred from June or July or August or something, sometime or somewhere around that time of the year. And oftentimes when items are deferred for that long, they kind of fall through the cracks a little bit. We tend to discourage that, but.
So just for a point of clarity, what is the basis of their expectation that this would be on? Was it advertised somewhere?
I believe the motion to defer it was a motion specifically to defer it to tonight's meeting.
Got you. Okay. Okay, so that's our answer for, let me ask you this, just while we have you, there is another item after this, so just to dispense with this, was that also the case for this second item?
You're talking about the plat located at 3264 Enid Road and 3270 Enid Road. Combination plat, lot 2 and 3 into a single home.
Yep, I believe that item, the applicant sent an email earlier asking why that item wasn't on tonight's agenda. And from my understanding, the district council member wanted that added.
Is it also the case that did they have the expectation based on statements in previous council meetings that it would be heard tonight?
No.
Okay. All right. So we will come to that one when we get to that one.
So I didn't yield. I just want to know. I didn't yield, Mayor, but I'm patiently waiting till you give me the floor back because I did not yield.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McClendon.
I just
Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, thank you so much. I just was confused because the council member said she didn't put this on the agenda. She said the staff put this on the agenda, and he's saying he didn't put this on the agenda. And we just literally got an email with this information, and I would like to have a little bit more time. So I would like to ask Mayor Pro Tem, do you mind if we take this off the agenda? And, okay, so I would yield, Mayor, if you don't mind. Well, I'll make a motion to remove this off of the agenda. Do we have to give a date when to bring this back? I don't know how much time is needed, but I would say defer this until maybe this is the second council meeting in.
We only have 2 more interviews.
Until the December council meeting, maybe that would give staff more time to work with the community and the developer.
So
that's my motion.
Well, just a point of order. We're already in a motion, so this would need to be a substitute motion.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just add, while we will do whatever the council's pleasure is, you did just make a great point, or an emphatic point about a statement that was made in the previous hearing for a public hearing, and we're not doing it now. The developer thought this would be voted on because of statements that we made in previous hearings. I just want to point that.
So I want to withdraw my motion because it was improper. I'll make a substitute motion, but before I make the substitute motion, what I will say, this is not comparing tomatoes to tomatoes. This was not even on the agenda. The item that I was referring to is on the agenda, and the city attorney admitted that she did ill-advise that it was going to be a public hearing. So this is not comparing tomatoes to tomatoes. This item was added to the agenda. The council member of the district said she didn't put it on the agenda, and the director is saying he didn't put it on the agenda. So I guess Ghostbusters put it on the agenda. So I would like to make a substitute motion to remove this from the agenda.
All right, it's been properly moved.
Defer this until, I would like to make a substitute motion to defer this until the December meeting.
Second.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
I believe that we already have a motion on the floor that had already been seconded. So and now we've got another standalone motion.
A substitute motion.
A substitute motion, thank you, because I didn't hear the substitute part.
All right, let's take a vote on this substitute motion. Oh, okay, it's in the queue online. This is the substitute motion. And
Councilman Pritchett. Yes. Motion to defer to the December 9th City Council meeting was approved 7-0.
we're all learning so much. Guess what? We just voted on the substitute motion. We now need to vote on the motion that we substituted for. So now we're going to so this was actually an affirmative vote for the substitute motion. Now we need to vote on the deferral to December 9th. Gentle reminder that we will have a parliamentary training on, I have the floor. Madam Parliamentarian, Would you please speak to the appropriateness of the motion that we just voted for? Thank you.
The motion, the vote that was just taken was to agree or disagree on whether or not a substitute can take place. That motion passed. Now you have to vote on the motion that was substituted.
Point of order, that was not the motion.
Thank you. Okay, I want to be clear. Here's a case where sometimes things that are on the screen or things that are in black and white are wrong. So Robert's rules says when there is a substitute motion, just like a call of the question or any of these other things where we interrupt motions, maybe we should just vote on one motion at a time. But Robert's rule says that when you call for a substitute motion, according to the very highly qualified and paid parliamentarian that this council hired, that when we vote on a substitute motion, we are voting only to hear the substitute motion, and then we have to take a second vote to actually list the deferral. Now, as these are binding legal votes that can be challenged in court, I would highly suggest that we listen to our paid parliamentarian and take this vote again to defer for December 9th.
Point of order.
The chair will entertain Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
What the parliamentarian said we voted on is not what we voted on, Mayor. I don't care how paid she is. Please ask the clerk what we just voted on, because what we just voted on was in black and white on Civic Red, and it said exactly what we wanted to do. I don't know what she heard, but that's not what she said is not what we voted on. We are clear. All 7 of us are clear what we voted on.
And I am clear that what we voted on is inappropriate. But I can have the parliamentarian repeat it again. Was this vote appropriate, Madam Parliamentarian?
When there is a motion to substitute, you vote.
Hold on a second, I don't think everyone can hear you.
When there
Just
is
a
a-
reminder again, our parliamentary training will be Thursday at 4 o'clock. Go ahead, Madam Parliamentarian.
When there is a motion to substitute, just like there's a motion to amend, because basically that's a type of motion to amend, you vote on whether or not you will allow that motion to substitute or amend. The first vote should have been to agree or disagree as to whether or not you will allow it. If it was in the affirmative, then the councilwoman's motion that she framed, that she wants to amend, would then be voted on.
So hearing again the parliamentarian suggestion, I am going to ask for us to take a vote in the queue for the deferral to December 9th. Let's take this vote online.
And do you have a new maker and seconder for that second motion?
Well, we don't need a new maker because this is just, we don't need that. We just need to take this vote again online.
As substituted. You vote on the motion as substituted. You agreed to allow the substitution. Now you vote on the motion that was the substitute motion.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
This is crazy. We do look crazy.
The motion was approved 7-0.
The chair, Bliss, please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
So we have three more add-on items. The next add-on item is council to confirm the combination of Lot 2 at 3264 Enid Road, 30349, and Lot 3270 Enid Road, 30349, to build a single home per plat 2025-2032756. This is located in Council District 2.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve and
I'll give y'all detail after I get a second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes
Ye-
Councilwoman Gomes.
Yes, so just to clarify a few things, this is where a resident is actually building one single home, and they actually attempted to put this item on the agenda last month. It didn't make it on the agenda, and she followed back up today. Of course, as you know, you got to get approval through the city, and it is a process for, right now, their loan approved in order for them to go ahead and break ground and to start building their dream home in South Fulton. I did not ask for this to be put on the agenda. I just saw an email. It was sent from a staff member, and it was added on the agenda. And the councilwoman did not approve for it to be on the agenda, but it is on the agenda, and I understand the context and detail behind it. So I am asking for your support to move this product forward. I'm not taking it off. We need to move it forward. Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further comment, can we take this vote online?
That motion was approved unanimously 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to the next add-on zoning item, which is request to waive the first reading and request approval of zoning ordinance case Z25-027, application by P&C Custom Homes requesting rezoning from AG1 to R4 to subdivide property into 3 lots to develop 3 homes at 2860 Butner Road. It's located in Council District 2. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading of the zoning ordinance for case Z25-027 to be waived and move for approval of case, again, Z25-027, with the amendment of moving it from R4, single-family dwelling district, to R4A, to make it consistent with the future land use plan.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote on the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously 7-0.
Please sound the next item.
Next item is a waiver of the first reading and request approval of a zoning ordinance case Z25-030, application by Harold Buckley Jr. requesting rezoning from AG1 to M1 to construct a warehouse distribution facility on 4.88 acres at 0 Campbell Drive. This is located in Council District 3. Staff recommendation and Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
Thank
The
you.
chair will entertain a motion.
Council, this is the parcel that sits right slap in the middle of East Point off of Commerce Drive. I move that the first read of zoning ordinance for case 725-030 be waived, and I move approval of case 725-030.
And that's Z25, just for the record, Z2530.
As sounded by the clerk, thank you.
It's properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
So, Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to public comments. Comments regarding zoning cases will not be allowed. So we did receive some
I'm
cards,
sorry,
Mr. Mayor.
I think the first item is actually the second read of this. Am I not reading this correctly?
Yes, we can have that first, okay?
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
Well, he hasn't read it. He didn't read the item.
Would you please sound the item, Mr. Clerk?
There it is. Okay. This is the second read and request council approval of ordinance amending public hearings and participation, section 1-3002, revision 1 to allow unrestricted public comment, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve this as sounded.
All right, it's probably been moved and seconded.
Discussion.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
I just want to be clear that, and these amendments were made with Attorney Kelly, that this will not include zoning cases, any comments to any zoning activities. Also, citizens will not be able to give commentary on personnel and will also not be able to give commentary on litigation, as we do not discuss these matters in the open and in executive session, if that makes sense. And that was what I was advised by Attorney Kelly as a best practice in this situation. I yield.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you very much. This one is a tough one for me, but I did send an email to the city attorney, and my question really had to do with if we have multiple people sign up for public comment and we have something on the agenda versus people being able to speak to everything, is there a way to prioritize so that we hear for the things that are before us? Because that's concerning, that we could use all of our public comment and they could be talking about anything and we couldn't hear from residents who wanted to speak to a particular agenda item. So is there a way to prioritize that?
Technically, yes, and part of my disposition, I just found out that the parish where my family is in Jamaica is completely underwater. Technically, yes, there's a way to prioritize that through the comment cards that the clerk reviews. Perhaps we can put in there that he can prioritize those for the ones that are on the agenda. However, once people have the mic, it's going to be very difficult to police what they say or what they don't say, but we could just do our part.
Follow-up, I really need that to be in there at the end of the day, because while the community may have a lot of things on their mind, as you know, every meeting we're dealing with 40 to 50 items, and if you look at all the agenda items, we usually vote on quite a few things. And so, my concern has been with this is making sure we stay on topic, but particularly I really want to see that the people get priority. And I don't know, how do we put that on the clerk or how do they man that? I don't know. But for me, I would feel much more comfortable moving forward with that in place.
I will say perhaps, and perhaps this is a conversation I can have with Clerk Adams, that there could be a check mark maybe added to the comment card that says this comment is related to an agenda item, and then put which agenda item. And perhaps you can prioritize it that way.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
So just to be clear, we still have where residents, business owners, so whoever is coming up here speaking is going to be a resident, and whether it's on the agenda or not is going to be the business of the city. So, and we still have 30-minute criteria, but we can also waive if we have.
We have one person talking at a time. Go ahead, Councilman Willis, you have the floor.
I guess when I go to other cities, I see where they allow their residents or business owners or people who have business in the city to speak about topics, whether it's on the agenda or not. And regardless of whether it's on the agenda or not, it's still the business of the city. And if it's not the business of the city, then it's up to the chair to redirect the person that's speaking. And so I just, at this point, we have gone back and forth and around about this. And I'm just ready to vote on this so residents can give their public comments and move on.
While we are on the subject of public comments and this ordinance, Mr. Clerk, how many public comment speakers do we have? How many comment cards do we have filled out tonight?
Actually, there are quite a few. We did have several residents who submitted speaker cards regarding zoning items, which I kind of set aside because, but in totality, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we got about 8 zoning, so it's about 13 total, including zoning.
All right. Here's the reason that I bring that up. We'll find out in a minute. When I visit other cities and other municipalities, counties as well, the public speaks first. And we've now been in this meeting for 5 hours and we haven't heard from the public. And I venture to guess, as has often been the case when we get to public comments after 9 o'clock, many of the people have already gone home. We got into this practice by putting public comments after zoning votes. I get it that people, we can just tell people you can't talk on a zoning item, but to make people consistently wait for hours to give their public comment, it bothers me. It bothers me. Mayor. She said, don't put it on her. Listen, I heard you. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
You trying to get me divorced. So if you do the math, if we have a 30-minute comment period, that means we can hear from 15 people per meeting. Assuming 2 meetings a month, that's 30 people a month, times 12 months is 360 people a year, theoretically.
10 months.
Okay, so 300 plus 330. Okay, 330, 360. In a city of 110 to 115,000 people, depending on whose estimate you go with. And in as much as I would like to believe that residents will fill out comment cards, they will check a box to say what it is that they want to speak about that's on the agenda, or just whatever they consider to be business. History over the past 4 years has demonstrated that people will come to say things that are not related to business. And the elephant in the room is that there are people who just want to come and say any and everything, regardless of what that any and everything is. They have an open mic and they want to be heard. They stubbed their toe today and they mad about it. And they want to have their say. When we have an agenda of 40 to 50 items, and we are often here till midnight, frequently here 6, 7, 8 hours, I think if there was a way to ensure, as Councilmember Rouse said, that when people are coming to the mic, their comments are germane to the business before the council and not, I'm mad because the gutter is clogged and nobody's come to clean it out. If that's not on the agenda. Because you can text us, you can call us, you can email us. We have town halls. My residents have no problem stopping me in Kroger, Walmart, Five Below, Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, gas station, car wash, liquor store, wherever they see me, Dunkin' Donuts, they will stop me to say, this is what they have a concern about. But in a limited amount of time, to have it be a free-for-all, given the history that we have seen for really since the inception of the city, of what people come and say on a mic during council meeting. We're putting a lot of faith in people to stand up there and tell the truth, that what they have to say is germane to the agenda, knowing that once they've got an open mic in their hand, the tree fell down, and somebody needs to come get the tree out my backyard. I don't see this going well. I wish I had more confidence in us. I just don't see this going well.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Okay. So I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but I am going to remind everyone who may or may not remember the good old days when we first became a city. I wasn't up here on the dais. I was watching them. And I used to come, me and several others used to come, and some that are in the audience still, we used to come and we used to make public comment. And like coming to the council meeting was almost like going to the club. No, I'm serious. Folks, no, it's true. Mama Joyce was here with chicken and we was, people, we did. We had celebrities that used to come up here and we used to be up here. We didn't even care if you were here till 1 a.m. We was here with the popcorn and the chicken and drinks and we was watching y'all. And I'm talking about like water, okay? But what I'm saying is, it was a pride that we had in being able to come before our council and just speak and weigh in. And even sometimes if we didn't really know what we were talking about, we let you know that we cared enough to spend Tuesday nights with y'all instead of at home doing something else. And so, when we're at a time that I read next door. It doesn't bother me. People are making lots of commentary about lots of stuff. Social media, they really want to express themselves. And I already hear just an enormous amount of feedback from people. But I think that because there has been the good old days where we said what we had to say, and then these days where it is more focused, and I have explained that, hey, this is how it shifted, and this is what other cities do. However, I'm optimistic. Please give it a chance. It's really on the chair to enforce the quorum, seriously. And residents, look, y'all put me in this position. I'm trying to help y'all. This is what y'all been asking me for. Since when I first got elected. This is my second try at this. I'm trying, right? But y'all gotta act right, please. Y'all gonna act right with us and don't insult us and don't talk crazy to us. Because this is a tough job. Seriously. And I'm really reaching out because I hope there's a few of y'all that may want to say mean things to me when y'all get the mic, and I'm gonna take it. Because, at some point we have to try to meet somewhere and have some mutual ground. I think other people here on the dais understand because y'all are beating me down, wanting to speak, and I want to give you a fair opportunity to speak to us, but please don't let us down, okay? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
We have beat this horse. At the end of the day, it's up to the chair to call decorum when people are not governing themselves accordingly. I call the previous question.
To be clear, we're going to vote on the previous question, and then we're going to vote on the question. Let's take this vote on the previous question by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously 7-0. The question has been called.
All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
Motion was approved 7-0.
All right, and now we've gotten to my favorite point in the agenda where we get to hear from all of you. And now you get to say whatever you'd like. Mr. Clerk, please call the first speakers.
Yes, sir. This is the public comment portion. As your name is called, please approach the center mic and state your name, your address, the city council district in which you reside. You will have 2 minutes to make your comments. Please come in this order. Drew DeMann, Jane Williams, Mel Keaton, Jill Johnson, Tyrell McCray. It cannot be zoning, though. Yes.
Word.
All right, please state your name and address. Go ahead, sir.
Drew DeMann, 4640 Gordon Street, 30213 in the 7th District. First of all, I want to say thank you all very much for restoring our ability to speak freely. That is awesome. Thank you so much. We're living in a time when democracy is under attack, and we got to have democracy in this room every time. And so, in light of that, my comment is specifically about this particular ordinance, and as it relates to our ability to speak freely. And I'll take us on a little trip down memory lane to 2018, which was the first time I came to South Fulton City Council. Where I live, as you may know, it's largely farmland, zoned agricultural. We have 5 operating farms within a very short distance of my house, but also a lot of unused old parcels that are now woodlands and natural areas. Well, the one down the road from me came up for development as a warehouse. So I gathered a couple of my neighbors together and went down and at the old South Fulton Annex there. And because there was a free option to speak whatever you might, I spoke about that. And I had the opportunity to plead a case. And I was very pleasantly surprised when the council voted against the project. And that was the first time that happened for me. And I have that same site in my neighborhood. I've gone 4 or 5 times in different formats to defend our neighborhood from that same kind of development. And the fact that I can come and speak about the things that are important to our community is really critical. That's democracy. So I'm actually going to bring it back to what we have already settled tonight, and I appreciate your vote the way it went. But I want to bring attention to the work that I do and that we who are pursuing environmental justice do. We're based on science. We're based on ecology. We're not doing this out of...
I'm sorry, sir, that's your time.
All right, thank you.
Minutes. But feel free to email us the rest of your comments. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone, Mayor, Council, Jane Williams, District 7. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard. Thank all of you for agreeing to give us another chance. So I'm not gonna blow it, but I also want you all to know that public comments definitely should not be at 9:30 at night, okay? We do proclamations in the beginning. I don't know what the limit is for the proclamations, but last time it was 4, tonight it was 3. So I'm just saying, when we want to save time on how we conduct business, then everybody don't have to speak multiple times. We can put times on side of our agendas to keep us in line with what we are, keep us in line on staying on time, okay? So I'm not gonna get off track with that, but I do wanna say other people, for the people, by the people, and we are the people, and we thank you for what you have done tonight. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Mel Keaton, District 4. I had a totally different speech tonight on this public comment. I'm glad that you guys did that because it was important. And I just want you to know on record that it wasn't us for the last 3 years that was holding up the meeting and making it take too long. It was y'all. So just for the record, it was not us. Public rights, public speaking and freedom of speech is a right. It's not a privilege, it's a right, and we fought for that. We just gave a proclamation to Ronald Freeman about that, fighting for that. So I want to make sure in the near future that we never go through this again, regardless of how anybody feels about if they get their feelings hurt. Everybody who's an elected official, I'm an HOA president, you sign up for that in leadership. You have to take it. I mean, that's just a part of it. And I hope there is some legislation or people in place that we don't have to go back down this road again. So I just want to make sure that, and sometimes you might see zoning cases that come around and you might wonder why people are saying what they're saying, but sometimes people just want to put stuff on public record, and they want to be heard and they want to put it on public record. Everything doesn't go through email, and sometimes people want to be heard. So that's a part of it. The same way that you guys want to speak at our HOA meetings when it's election time, we want to speak at the council meetings. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. And thank you for doing what y'all did tonight. That was a good thing. And I do want to put on record, I heard, I'm not talking about zoning, but I'm just saying, I heard a case that you guys talked about for probably an hour, what you want to look at. I don't want to put this on the record too. What you're going to be asking for about the thing with the sewer, you want to be asking for a pre-construction meeting. Okay. I just want to put it on record what you can ask for. So maybe I'll email you guys that. So I would like to see y'all also put on the record, make some legislation on how many times somebody can defer items. So thank you.
I'm such a shorty. Can you hear me? I'm a shorty. Jewel Johnson, District 1, and I am so happy because I took time to go around and speak to the majority of you about this situation, because I'm one of the people that has been coming to the council meetings from the inception of the city, because I truly want us to work together and move this city where it should go. And Councilwoman Brown, I promise you, if I see anyone comes out of line against what they're saying to you, I'm gonna defend you. I really am, because I wanna personally thank you for changing and going ahead to agree to this, because people were feeling like everything has been taken away from them. And I personally felt like this. And I want to say to all of you all that tonight, I believe the actions that you took on this is the first step to moving the negativity from the city of South Fulton, because you have gracefully said, we want to hear from you. We want to hear what you're thinking. And the only thing I want to say to each and every one of you, just remember that these are people really care about where they live, and they want you to just listen and make the right decisions along with them. And I am so proud of you. I could almost cry because I could not understand why you didn't want to hear from the people. It is very, very good that we're able to do that, and I certainly hope this is just the first step, but there are going to be many, many steps where we're going to work together with the people. We may not always agree, but we can always disagree.
Thank you. Thank you. That's your time. Thank
It's
you,
my
Ms. Johnson.
time. Y'all
All
want me
right.
to come kiss
Will you
you?
please sound the next?
Tyrell McCray. Got two more.
Okay.
Tyrell McCray. Okay. And then the last speaker is Mike Johnson.
Okay, we have one more after that, but go ahead.
I don't know what all that chatter I hear about up there, but I hear everybody saying they're treating it as if it's a privilege that we can come up here and speak, and I think it should be more of a right since we're taxpaying citizens. Sorry, Mike Johnson, District 4. Like I was saying, I hear everybody kind of make a reference to this like it's a privilege. I think it should be more of a right. I think we should be able to come up here and speak. We should appreciate you guys doing it, but I think you should have been done it. It's not a privilege to me. I think it should be, as long as I'm living in the city, paying my taxpayer dollars, I should be able to come up here and speak. As long as I'm speaking intelligently and not offending anyone. Anybody should be able to do that. But I don't want to burn up all my time speaking on that. I do want to speak on consistency. I noticed tonight you guys made some decisions tonight that you're not being consistent on. I mean, I do appreciate y'all making that decision about District 7 and keeping that warehouse out. But I noticed y'all made that exact same, with that exact same developer, you made a whole different decision. Whole different decision. I know it's political season. I hear some of you guys are toning down the way you're addressing certain things, and that's fine. But y'all did not make a decision tonight based on the way y'all made prior decisions when it come to that. One of them is on Roosevelt Highway. The exact same developer, live on North Atlanta. He was granted the green light to put something over there that he should not have been able to put there. Got it. That's just my thoughts on that. We just need some consistency. And it shouldn't be political season when we make these decisions. We should be able to make these decisions sound, based on what the citizens want, based on what everybody in here kind of pushes you guys to do, and for what we vote for you guys to do. Be the voice of the citizen all the time, not just in political season. So with that being said, that people are really not that slow. We can see what's going on. Thank you.
All right. I understand that also filling out a comment card was our Councilwoman Emeritus for District 5. I do want to acknowledge her and allow her her time, as is our custom. Councilwoman Emeritus Rosie Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, while she comes, there were two other people that wanted to speak that didn't fill out a card as well.
All right, they can come after Ms. Jackson. Go ahead. Okay, well, if somebody, go ahead. Take your time. Take your time.
Good evening, council members. I'm proud of you all tonight too. Because I don't come out here because I have to be in my house. But I would stand before you this evening asking that you begin to take into consideration that we all are constituents of this city, where we pay our hard-earned tax dollars, which keeps this city open. Therefore, we ask that, one, our opinions become your priority, and number two, that we matter to you as our representatives for each district. Our opinions should be your deciding factors, not the opinions of the developers. To even consider bringing a warehouse to our city, which has no known purpose, while warehouses or distribution centers provide vital services, poorly planned projects can cause harm to neighborhoods and the environment do. And I'm saying that to say we actually fought Quick Trip when I was on the dais. And what we have seen so far, there have been so many individuals that have gotten killed on flat shoals from the trucks. And that's what we were trying to stop. And if we allow things to come on Buffington, we couldn't stop Union City because that was Amazon, that's in Union City. And on the other side, Procter & Gamble, that's a whole empty warehouse now. We just have a sitting steels over there. Nothing's there. But these are open areas where people can go in and sleep. It just brings all different kinds of problems in the area. Please consider District 5 and 7. And I'm not saying leaving out 6, but the bottom line, within 6, you're not inundated with the warehousing, but we are. So please take in consideration, we want to live, work, and play in our neighborhoods. We want to be proud of where we live, just as everyone else does. So please consider us when you're voting, because we're going to consider you when we're voting. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jackson. Go ahead.
All right, Mayor, Council, my name is Mario Malcolm. I reside at 5320 Westfield Circle in District 5. First, let me say this. We do not want warehouses in District 5. I don't know if that was the insinuation that was just made, but don't bring it in District 5. First. Second, I want to comment about public comments. We often criticize the council, and we often tell you guys what we do and don't want, but no one ever, I've never heard anyone come up here and offer solutions. So I offer this. When it comes to Councilwoman Rao's point, maybe we should put a time limit on subjects. I often attend the City of College Park council meetings, and you cannot speak about a certain subject over, theirs is 15 minutes, and the reason why is because they give each person 3 minutes to talk compared to 2. But if 3 people get up there in a row and talk about the same thing, no one else can talk about it. So I offer that, and it keeps it flowing and all of that. The third thing I want to say is, I agree with this gentleman here. We are not the reason why we're in here at 12:30, 1 o'clock at night sometimes. That's the bickering between, some of you. So I want you to take that in consideration. And then another thing, if, you ran for public office, and the worst court to come before is the court of public opinion. We have the right to address our government. We have the right to say it. And in my opinion, and I'm not throwing any shots, but if you can't take it, I really feel like this isn't the job for you, because we have the right to address you. I'm man enough to come to each one individually, but I don't have any issues with anyone. But if I do, I'm man enough to text, and a few of you guys can witness that. I will text you or call you or see you at an event and pull you to the side. That's how I handle business, because I'm a man. I don't get up here and try to embarrass no one, especially a woman. So I just want to put that on record, and I want to offer that. Consider a time limit per subject. I think that'll help out. Thank you.
I think the last speaker is Ms. Connie Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City officials. Thank you so much. Connie Robinson, 2805 Pondview Court in District 2. I just want to thank you for the decisions that were made tonight in favor of the people, because you are there to serve the people. I wanted to talk about one thing in particular was agenda item, Public Works, 11A, no, I'm sorry, 11-3, 11, yeah, it's 11A and number 3, where we talk about the on-call civil engineer services. It looks like that we're trying to give 5 companies, we're putting them on call in support of public infrastructure and capital improvement projects. But what are the specific projects? Because we are allocating $3 million per company over a term of 4 years. But my concern is the budget, because in 2025, we had an initial budget that was $257 million, and it increased by $40 million by the time we had our amended budget. Now we are at $431 million. That was the budget that was recently approved. We had a union rep here that stated that our budget was not really finalized because we were still going through negotiations with the union contract. That's additional money that I recall the city manager saying, we can amend the budget. So now when I see this additional $3 million for 5 companies, is that already in the budget, or do we have to amend the budget for that reason? And so in the times that are happening now within our nation, people are losing jobs, people getting cut back off of, service programs and things of that nature. We really have to think about our people and whether or not how we're impacting them as it relates to increasing our budget. These particular jobs, from what I understand, again, they are on call. They are not specific to any project as of yet, but we're allocating that kind of money. So I want us to think about that, please, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You're on point.
All right, thank you all for your comments. We're now going to go to council comments. Did you want to speak to that now, Madam City Manager? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the comment. So these contracts relate to our T-SPLOST. As you know, our T-SPLOST is a multi-million-dollar program. We collect, that's the 3/4 of a penny that we use for our road projects. All of these projects have been outlined in our T-SPLOST program, which the people voted on. And so what we do is put engineers on call, and essentially when a project comes up, it may be assigned to one of these engineers, or all of the engineers will have the opportunity to give us a price on design. And this is for roads, bridges, sidewalks, full depth reclamations, sewer, stormwater projects, all of the things that are in the transportation program. So no, these are not additional to the budget. These are a mechanism for us to be able to make the projects become reality. Contract is not, the contract is the mechanism by which the programs come to life. And the comment in terms of the union negotiations, if you recall, we did do a set aside in our budget for union negotiations with a not to exceed amount based on our current negotiations with the union.
All right, thank you, Madam City Manager. We are now at council comments. We're going to go in reverse order this week, beginning with our District 7 representative and Mayor Pro Tem, Linda B. Pritchard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. A few quick announcements. Tomorrow there is a public participation, no, not tomorrow. Actually tomorrow, October 29th. There's a public participation meeting on a proposed quick trip. And this meeting will be at the Economic Development Office at 6 p.m. The attorney who's representing the developer will be making a presentation, asking questions. You can also participate via Zoom. Just letting you know if you want to participate or come ask questions and find out what's happening. Also, as we are closing out this month, you see many of us or all of us up here in pink. We're still all observing Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I want to thank Shock Fitness, located in District 7, which Saturday had, well, actually last week, they had just a whole slew of activities recognizing women that are overcomers of breast cancer and those who have lost their loved ones to breast cancer. So thank you, Shock Fitness, for what you've done to highlight this in the community and also be a culture for fitness and camaraderie. Let's see. Also, next week we'll have Halloween will be happening. So District 7 will have 2 trunk or treats. One will be at Shock Fitness for the grown people from 5 to 8. And over at Orchard Springs Apartments off of Oakley Industrial Boulevard will be a trunk or treat for the kids. So we'll have activities, contests, all that good stuff. It's all free. I'll be splitting my time at both of them, but we wanted to make sure, it's not that I'm having like a bunch of events, it's that my district has 2 sides and everybody wants to celebrate. And so I just want to make sure that we don't forget anyone when we do these type of activities. I'm also very excited to announce that our Veterans Advisory and Planning Committee is hosting our Veterans Appreciation Brunch that I'm doing in partnership with Councilwoman Rao and our State Senator Sonia Halpern, and that will be on November 8th at the event hall at Cascade from 11 to 2 p.m. We also have a Facebook group for veterans, so you just look up City of South Fulton Veterans and join so that we can all, stay in touch and stay tuned. And my last thing is District 7 will have a Thanksgiving giveaway. We're giving out 150 turkeys on Saturday, November 15th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Acts 2 Community Church. And go on my social media or look for my newsletter that will give you registration information. And thank you very much. Oh, okay. And Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So of course, I want to always start out by thanking all of the people who give of themselves selflessly every month to support the activities in District 6. So that is all of my residents, all of the community partners, Parks and Rec, for all the work that they do, particularly in coming out each month to work the food distribution in Creel Park. And so I'm very appreciative, as always, to everyone who shows up. It was, the weather was iffy on Saturday, and people still showed up to help people who were in need, and that really is what we should be doing on a regular basis. Of course, I want to thank our seniors, all of our seniors in New Life Presbyterian Church who attended the Senior Resource Fair, as well as all the residents who came to our HOA boot camp with Commissioner Arrington. He always puts on a great program and gives residents a lot of really good information that they can use. Several things coming up in November, as always. The monthly food distribution will be on the 15th from 12 to 1, and then after that, we're going to go down the street to Burdett for bingo. So, Miss Jewel, please put that on your calendar because I know you like to come for the bingo on November 15th from 1 to 5 at Burdett. And then November 7th, I will be partnering with Elevate Transitioning Service Members for the annual Veterans Breakfast, which also happens at Burdett Park. I think this is the point where I look in the back of the room and I say, Merlin, did I get it all? Thank you. Trunk or Treat is at New Life Presbyterian, October 31st, beginning at 6 p.m. I think I need to get some stuff to decorate my car for the Trunk or Treat. Don't let me forget that. These have been your church announcements for the evening. Please govern yourselves accordingly. All right, I guess it's time for District 5. We'll be keeping it live in District 5. But nevertheless, I want to take the moment to thank our Parks and Recreation Department, but also congratulate them on another award.
They were awarded for the Autism and Spectrum Camp in District 4 with the Georgia Recreation and Parks Association. So we had the pleasure of hosting them, the entire over 100, 200 people at Burdette Park last week. And so thank you for all that came out. Thank you for all the Parks Recreation Departments and for GRPA for selecting Burdette to host their event, their annual banquet. We are gearing up. Many of you know about the dual award-winning Workforce Academy. And so as we get ready for 2026, it's all about elevation. And so we will be launching our newest program, Raising Georgia's Roofs. And so we are currently, registration is open for anyone that is interested in taking a free vocational training in roofing. Classes will begin on Tuesday, November the 11th. So please reach out to my office. Philip is in the back if you would like to register with him, my constituent services representative, or reach out to Burdette Park and speak with one of our staff members. Again, November the 11th, we will be kicking off the Georgia's Raising Roof program for roofing. In addition to that, I want to thank our City of South Fulton courts for partnering with Workforce Academy as we elevate to not only provide resources for our community, but also to address recidivism. And so many of you know my background is education and working with adult reentry. So this is part of bringing this to our community so that we can provide reentry services to people in our neighborhoods. I want to especially thank my colleagues, District 2, Councilwoman Gumbs and Councilwoman Willis. We had a wonderful time, Parks and Recreation, you name it, the police department, community police, and we had a great time at what I was saying Hallelujah Night, but it was actually Trunk or Treat this past weekend at Welcome All. So we had a wonderful time giving out candy. Our fire department did an amazing job on their hunted fire truck. I was actually scared to go on there, but nevertheless, we thank you to all the residents that came out and spent a day of fun, family, and fellowship with us. If you are not receiving our community newsletter and community updates, you can pull out your phone and text the word live and the number 5 to 55444. If you are not receiving our newsletter, you can also see Philip again and provide your email address. We send out bi-weekly as well as monthly newsletters, all community updates from public works to events around the city. You name it, it's in the newsletter. We want to make sure that we're keeping our residents informed. I also want to especially thank the District 5, District 6, and District 7 residents that came out for the District 5 Town Hall meeting. We have quarterly Town Hall meetings where we address complex information and complex situations that are relevant into our community. So we always encourage our residents to come out. You have an open opportunity to call, speak, and or visit us directly at one of our local town hall meetings. And then I just want to, the last thing, please, 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 Friday is the last day for early voting. We need you to get out there, exercise your rights, go and vote, make sure you know where to go. And then also, if you cannot make it out by the 31st, November the 4th is Election Day. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to give a couple of thank you shout-outs. Thank you, staff, for finally getting Fire Station 6 up and going, and we have already been putting it to good use. We had to switch our food giveaway there yesterday. Thank you for everyone who supported. Thank you, Ms. Joel, for coming and helping. I hope we didn't work you too hard. And thank you especially to the fire department, the parks department, who turned around, and to you, as they said, Big Coop, for helping to switch stuff up yesterday so that we could feed hundreds and hundreds of families yesterday. You all know what is happening with some of these SNAP benefits being cut. That situation is only going to get worse. So I know we as a city, we're doing everything we can. We have the big one coming up I think, in Welcome All. I'll leave that to Councilmember Willis to talk about. But thank you guys for supporting those. Thanks again for those that help us to execute our second year series of farmers markets. The Economic Development Department, the core group, again, Parks and Recs again. I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. Special thanks to District 4 resident, Patrick Mohammed, the principal farmer. He assisted me in getting this District 4 farmers market up and going a couple of years ago when I really, really wanted to do it and was looking for someone, and he stepped forward to do that. Talking about Fire Station 6, again, we're keeping it busy, so this week we're going to have our first town hall meeting that's going to be at 7 p.m. on Thursday. Madam City Manager is going to be there giving some updates, as well as State Representative Lydia Glaze of District 67. We're going to be talking about the importance of these two senior ballot initiatives for tax exemption on the school board side of tax exemption that are on the ballot. So come out and get that additional information. But even before then, we are having a groundbreaking for the former landfill that was in District 4 that we all know was burning for since 2018, I believe. The site is properly cleaned, and we're about to turn it into a small industrial park. That is currently what it's zoned for, and we're going to have a groundbreaking there on Thursday morning at 10 o'clock. This coming Saturday, we are continuing to recognize our veterans as a city. I'd like to sort of kick off what I call Veterans Week. That the week before Veterans Weekend, we do something for our veterans. Last 2 years, we have done some parades. This year, we've kind of stepped it up to another level. We're going to do a motorcade, and we're going to hit several areas of our city, and also 5 cities around us. So 5 cities are coming together, get together. City of South Fulton, of course, Union City, Palmetto, Chattahoochee Hills, and the city of Fairburn. So we're going to be starting at Welcome All at about 10 o'clock, and we will end up at Wilkerson Mill Park at about 12 o'clock, 12 noon, and then we will have a bit of a family fun day where first thing we're going to do, we're going to have a little bit of ceremony recognizing the veterans, and then we're going to spend the afternoon treating them well and doing stuff for them, and we're going to have some games and so on. So things for the kids, things for adults. So come out and join us there as we kick off Veterans Week by recognizing our veterans of the region. So thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Councilman Willis.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the volunteers and my CSR because she worked with me and helped plan, along with Park and Recreation, the trunk or treat event that have really grown over my 8-year tenure. I started it 8 years ago, and this year I decided to extend partnership with 2 other of my colleagues to try to reduce the many events that we have. But Kim Bray Poole really led the effort in organizing the trunk or treat. So I want to tell her thank you. She has attended every meeting with Park and Rec and staff. And I wasn't able to make every meeting, but she kept the show moving. And we entertained, I know, over 1,000 people last weekend in Waccamaw Park. And it was just a joyous occasion to see the carnival rides in the backfield. People were able to trunk or treat, the costume contest, and I didn't get anything but raving reviews. And so thank you so much for all your help and the partnership with my colleagues and volunteers that participate in the trunk or treat, especially to the South Fulton Kappa Alpha Psi organization, fraternity. I want to thank everybody, and that was the Yeek Fest, everybody who participated in the Yeek Fest. That was another big dance festival that took place in Waccamaw Park. That was our 6th annual Yeek Fest. And it was over 500 people in the park for that festival. So thank you so much. It's all about bringing people in the community together. Next weekend, we will be having the annual Red Oak Fall Festival at Siloam Church International. There will be many vendors there. There will be food, kids zone, and live music. It will be Saturday, November 1st from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. That's really a really nice event that we do in the Red Oak Historic District. And it also brings family and community together. And I want to give kudos to our Red Oak Main Street program and Trevor for organizing this. I will be there, and I hope that you come by. It's pretty well attended as well. I also want to remind everyone that we will be having November 21st a Thanksgivings and bingo dinner and bingo at Waccamaw Park November 21st at 12 p.m. We also will have that next day the annual holiday giveaway where we will attempt to address the holiday food insecurity by giving them a family meal to go home and cook. Last year we gave turkey breasts, greens, and several produce, and we intend to do that again this year. I want to thank the Feeding the City Food Insecurity Committee, which is comprised of Councilmember Sebastian and Councilmember Gums and their CSRs. We should be getting the flyer out pretty soon, right, Dr. Cooper, for people to register. Look, once the registration is cut off, it's cut off. We anticipate to try to accommodate up to 1,800 people. We know a lot of people are hurting. We also will be coming up with other partnerships with other churches to help address food insecurity around the city. We have identified churches we have worked with before, and our committee is working to try to get churches to partnering with us to address the food insecurities. For one thing, it brings community together and it takes the wear and tear off of our staff when we partner with other nonprofits and we can move it around the city. So we've been working to get that established too. We're going to try to fill in the gaps as much as possible here in South Fulton. We can't do everything, but we know that people are really hurting, and SNAP benefits being cut off is going to be a problem. We are also working. December 13th is going to be Ben Crump and Friends. That flyer will be coming out soon. Last year we served about 1,500 kids and family, and we got our first truckload of everything today, toys, coats, and everything. And it's stashed somewhere in a warehouse. That's all I can tell you. But I'm looking forward to bringing that online on December 13th in partnership with the Sheriff Office and Commissioner Arrington and also Councilmember Gums and Attorney Ben Crump. We are looking to bring that on December 13th. So stay tuned. We got a lot of things that we have coming to just help families out during the holidays, as we have been doing for the past 8 years, and hope the partnerships continue well beyond that. The infrastructure has been put in place. Thank you.
Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you. First, I want to congratulate all of the seniors that did come out for the Guinness Book of World Record, the largest chair exercises, and as well as the health fair that we had at Wolf Creek Amphitheater. We had over 400 seniors that participated, so we fell a little bit short, not to break the record, but they have vowed to try to attempt to do it again. But that was a very exciting time, and the pictures look phenomenal. But as we continue to partner with Deshaun, the guru of abs, that class has continued to grow. We're probably going to have it in some other locations throughout the city. And I think Councilwoman, well, she's not here, Councilwoman Bell, they're looking forward to trying to do it over at Burdette Park. But as it continues to grow, we want to get seniors healthy and exercising. Also, I would like to do a special thank you to Miss Teresa Wilson, who was the mistress of ceremony for our third annual Empower Her breast cancer awareness event that we had a wonderful time. It was beautifully just designed. It was a good celebration of women and survivors, and it was amazing. So I'm looking forward to seeing that continue to grow. But again, thank you all that came out and supported that event. Today is First Responders Day, and I want to say thank you to all of the first responders throughout our city. If there are any that are here, can you please stand so we can applaud you for all of the work that you do every single day? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do want to remind residents that we will be having a business mixer on tomorrow, October the 29th at St. James Live in partnership with our Economic Development Department, as well as Core Alliance. This is for building businesses around in District 2 and District 4. Also, we want you to just come out and connect and learn more about different opportunities that are happening here within the city of South Fulton. And lastly, I know we've been talking a lot about the SNAP benefits. It is a really troubling time, and I'm truly excited to see that this city is filling in a lot of the gaps in reference to food insecurity. I do share them quite a bit in our newsletter, but times are going to get really tough as of November 1st, especially with people losing jobs and their benefits being cut off. I got a phone call from one of a dear friend of mine where a senior committed suicide because they didn't know what else that they were going to do as far as being able to support. So times are getting really tight. So I do commend the city, but I do want to ask that, and I probably will be bringing a resolution coming forth to, we can partner with our surrounding neighborhood cities to really start trying to put some pressure and saying that we demand, that they really focus on trying to restore these SNAP benefits for our community, because again, the insecurities that are happening through our community are really sad. And I don't want us to, people are going to be breaking in. I heard a story of a mother who had 5 kids, and she said she doesn't know how her kids are going to eat next month. So we have to do something, and we got to start locally. So I will probably be bringing forth a resolution, and I hope that my colleagues will support me in that, in the efforts of all of the things that we are doing as a city to make sure that we fill in the gaps for our residents. But again, that concludes my comments, and I will continue to pray for the city of South Fulton. Thank you.
Councilman Willis, you had another comment.
I had time left and I forgot. Citizens and residents, as of today, we have only 6,299 people have voted in this city. And we have over 80,000 people registered to vote. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm telling you that you need to vote. In District 1, 1,198 people voted. District 2, 1,316 people. District 3, 959 people. District 4, 1,020 people. District 5, 684 people. District 6, 680 people. District 7, 442 people. All I'm asking you to do, people have died for us to have this right. People have sacrificed for us to have this right. It's a slap in their face, and don't let their death be in vain. We need you to go out and vote. There are over 80,000 people registered in this city, and as of this day, 6,299 people have voted. And you can vote until Friday early at any Fulton County precinct. And election day is November 4th. Thank you. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to do that.
District 1, Councilman Rowell.
Yeah, that is a sad, sobering statistic. I want to give a shout out to the General Services Department and our city manager. For those who don't know, the Southwest Art Center is undergoing a renovation, and very soon we'll be able to open it back up to the public. We are currently looking for volunteers to serve as ushers at various productions as we bring the programming back online. So if you're interested, please email info.swack@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. I also included that information in my newsletter, so if that's something you're interested in doing, please do so. Food insecurity, moving with purpose, again, partnering with community-based organizations. We have a upcoming event at Big Peach Running Company in Sandtown Crossing, where they'll be addressing food insecurity on November 22nd to make sure families have food for the holidays. So if you want to drop off some non-perishable food items to help our community, please do so. In addition, we do a monthly cleanup along the Cascade Corridor. We've moved to date for November up because of the holidays. So we'll be convening on November 8th, same location, Cascade Driving Range. Please come out and join us. And for our seniors who are very active in Sandtown Rec Center, we have 3 days with Leslie Mangum now. We have Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6:30 p.m. and Saturdays at 9 a.m. His classes include aerobics, weights, weight training, and stretching. So take advantage. For those who don't know, if you're 55 and older in our city, our programs are free of charge. I'm going to repeat that, free of charge. So take advantage of that and let's get in shape. After-school programs at Sandtown are Monday through Thursday from 6:30 to 6 p.m. It's $40 a week. That's the cheapest childcare you can find anywhere around. And you get a $10 sibling discount if it's more than one child. This program provides help with homework and other enrichment. And as you know, we also launched the Saturday school. So you have certified teachers helping kids address their tutoring needs. And that's operating at all our rec centers, Burdick, Welcome All, and Sandtown. So please take advantage of those Saturday school programming. And last but not least, the Evelyn Lowry Library at Cascade is also looking for volunteers for their bookstore. Their hours are Wednesday from 12:30 to 3:30 and Saturdays from 12 to 4. Again, if you're looking for something to do, this is a great way to get engaged in the community. And I also want to welcome the newest business to District 1, Lee's Pharmacy. Used to be on MLK. They've moved to the city of South Fulton, and they're on Utoy Springs. They had a wonderful grand opening this past Saturday. So if you get a chance, let's support a locally owned, Black-owned business that's been around for over 40 years, and now they're in our city. And so the pharmacy is beautiful. It has a lot of organic products in there, as well as, you can confer with their staff. So please take advantage of that, and that concludes my comments.
All right, thank you all. I just want to remind everyone to keep the families of our city attorney, our city manager, and all of our brothers and sisters on the island of Jamaica in their prayers, and on the island of Cuba, where I believe the hurricane may be headed next. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 9, which is approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes from October 14, 2025, work session minutes, October 14, 2025, alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, October 14, 2025, and special call meeting minutes, October 20th, 2025.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the consent agenda, items A through D.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 11, agenda items. Public Works, number 1. Request council approval of a resolution of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, authorizing submission of grant applications to the Georgia Department of Natural Resources Recreation Trails Program for the Cedar Grove Park Multipurpose Field and Loop Trail Project for a funding request of $200,000, authorizing 20% matching funds of the total project of $250,000 in the amount of $50,000 and execution of a grant agreement and other necessary documentation, if awarded, providing for an effective date.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue, please.
Keep talking. I'm afraid I can't sit next to you in church. I didn't get it.
Yes or no? Okay. That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter A2. Request council approval of a resolution of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, authorizing the submission of a grant application to the federally funded Transportation Alternatives Program administered by the Georgia Department of Transportation for the Enid Road Sidewalk Expansion Project from Sanford B. Jones Boulevard to Campbellton Road. Preliminary engineering phase for a funding request of $576,000, authorizing 20% matching funds of the total project cost, $720,000 in the amount of $144,000, and execution of a grant agreement and other necessary documentation if awarded, providing for an effective date.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Yes, sir.
All right, let's take this vote on the queue.
It's okay. Get him next time.
The motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 8.3. General Services Department seeks council approval to award contracts to the top 5 ranked proposers under RFP 2511 for on-call civil engineering services. This agreement would allow the city to issue task orders to qualified firms on an as-needed basis for support with infrastructure planning, stormwater, and related civil projects. This is a standby contract. The city is not obligated to spend funds to any vendor unless a specific task order is issued. Each firm will be eligible to receive up to $3 million in cumulative task orders over the life of the agreement. The procurement was conducted through a competitive request for proposals process. The top 5 recommended for award are number 1, American Engineers, number 2, Raymond Engineering, Georgia, 3, Pond and Company, 4, Access Infrastructure, and 5, Falcon Design Consultants. Firms will provide on-call engineering services in support of public infrastructure and capital improvement projects.
All right, the chair will entertain a
I
motion.
move to approve the top 5 ranked proposals under RFP 2511 for on-call civil engineering services. In addition, the Public Works Department approval for a change order to extend the existing contract with Atlanta Paving and Concrete to complete additional roadway rehab on Mendel Court Drive and adjacent 100-foot intersection at Mendel Drive in the amount of $315,835.25, as well as the expansion of the Airport West Community Improvement District.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I do have discussion, Madam City Manager. Are any of these top 5 ranked firms minority owned?
I don't have that at my fingertips. Can I get back to you on that, sir?
Sure, thank you. All right, let's take this vote online.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0. Approval of C3, C4, and B1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item B2, which is second read and request council approval and ordinance to amend Title 12, License, Permits, and Business Regulations to add Chapter 6, Delivery-Based Commercial Kitchens of the Code of Ordinance of the City of South Fulton, Georgia. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gums.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this ordinance.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. The next action item is the add-on item for Roman numeral 12. It's events from Councilmember Sebastian. Environmental Justice Recognition Event for December 13th, 2025 at Southwest Arts Center, and the District 4 giveaway on October 27th, 2025.
The chair will entertain a motion. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I do just want to confer with our Assistant City Manager, Dr. Cooper, if there are any other events happening those dates. Thank you. All right, let's take this. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I don't know how we keep missing this. On December 13th is the Christmas extravaganza. That's going to take a lot of city resources.
Dr. Mark Anthony Cooper, Assistant City Manager. But per policy, Councilwoman, two mayor council events can occur on the same day. So when I say it's clear, we have only one event, which is yours, and it would be two with him.
So what time would his event? He's asking for his event at the same time? Because mine is going to be from like, what, 1 to 5?
I think his event would be in the evening.
Okay. There's still going to be a lot of wear and tear with staff because that's going to be huge.
I agree, Councilwoman.
All right, Councilman Sebastian.
At some point, we need to stop saying no because it is taxing on staff. Start saying no. Because if we know it's like we got 2 carnivals, I'm gonna be honest with you, we have 2 carnivals. We got 2 carnivals next weekend. One at Red Oak, and that was on the book forever. And then we got another carnival down in Cedar Grove. And how we keep planning these carnivals on the same day. I'm only speaking from what employees are saying. They feel like sometimes we treat them like slaves.
I hear you, Councilwoman Willis. I just think, the way to start saying no would be to stop adding these items every agenda meeting. Councilman Sebastian.
All right, so a couple of things for the record. I submitted my list of calendar events, I believe, late last year or very early this year. I believe in January was approved by this council. And that event for the veterans was there. Yes, it has morphed a little bit, but it was there on the calendar. And it has happened something has happened on that Saturday for the last 4 years since I've been on council, so I'll just say that. Secondly, this event that we're having, and I will share more as we get a little closer at Southwest Arts Center, it's not going to require a lot of staff resources. Okay, basically a couple of security and some people to open and close building. Parks are not going to have to get involved. senior staff are not gonna have to be there, plus it's happening more in the evening time. So it is not something that's gonna be taxing at all on staff. So I'll just add that. And I'll just say one last thing. I'm probably the council member who had the least stuff on to my sets of events, as I've released them very early in the year and tend to stick with them unless something else has happened along the way. So, yes. And Dr. Cooper, in my conversation with you, I said that veterans thing has been happening for 4 years and it should become a city event. So I hope next year we can find a way to make it a city event. And that's what I'll just leave on the table.
Madam City Manager, when is our tree lighting? Are we doing tree lighting this year?
December 11th.
12/11. Awesome. At what time? 6 o'clock? Dark time. After work time. Yeah, it's gotta be dark enough to turn the lights on. All right, thank you. With that, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Please sound the next item.
So that brings us to the first read ordinances. Read those into the record. C1, first read, an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance for the purpose of identifying and authorizing the issuance of business license for less intense uses in industrial zoning districts. This is sponsored by Councilman Burrell, and I believe the mayor is offering an amendment to this as well. And then the last first read is a zoning case, zoning ordinance for KZ 25-025, an application by Diamond Distributors requesting a rezoning from C1 in the Old National Overlay to C1 to remove current conditions to develop a multi-sport recreation complex at 2370 Burdette Road, located in Council District 6. Staff recommendation denial, Planning Commission recommendation was approval conditional. Those were the two first reads.
All right, thank you. And with that, even with the 5 additions to the agenda, we're just 35 minutes behind schedule. The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
It's been properly moved, seconded, and thirded. Let's just take this vote by a show of hands.
We are adjourned at 10:35.
Good night, everyone. South Fulton forever.